Good morning. Honorable Ministers of Finance, Trade, Industry, Economic Development, Governors of Central Banks, we're ready to proceed with today's agenda as we go into day 2 of the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers under the broad theme of advancing the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. There are a few administrative issues that we're going to be going through this morning, including the presentation of an important report. However, there are a few outstanding matters from yesterday's roundtable. And so at this juncture, before we go into the agenda of day 2, please may I defer to the Bureau Chair, the Honorable Riyad Mazur, to handle the outstanding matters, and then we can proceed. If that's acceptable, Chair.
Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MC. Hope you rested well. Good morning, everyone. We had to stop yesterday, and we had still 4 interventions from 4 countries that wanted to take the floor regarding Roundtable 2. So we'll continue with Zimbabwe. Is Zimbabwe here? Zimbabwe is not here. Madagascar? Zimbabwe is here? Roundtable 2. Okay. Zimbabwe. Please give the mic to Zimbabwe. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much, but I think we had an opportunity to speak towards the end of the day, so we are all right. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Zimbabwe, we could not hear you. Could you repeat, please?
Good morning again, Chair. I just mentioned that we had an opportunity to speak, and we are well covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Madagascar?
Oui, bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everybody. Chair, please allow me to begin by congratulating you most warmly for having assumed office, and also to wish you all success as you continue with this incoming bureau. I'd also, in passing, like to thank the government of Ethiopia for the welcome that was granted us when we came for this 57th session. Now, as far as Madagascar goes, I wish to speak yesterday to cross-border instant payment systems and digital inclusivity in Africa. You know, most African countries, members for the most part of AFCFTA, suffer from energy infrastructure issues. Therefore, I was wondering, when we talk about promoting cross-border instant payment systems, whether it would be possible to get some form of technical assistance for countries that need it or have requested it, who are working on putting in place these payment systems. Thank you, Chair. Madagascar, thank you. Cameroon has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we'd like to convey apologies from our Minister Minister of Economic Affairs is coming late this morning. Yesterday, Cameroon had requested the floor. We had wished to get more details about how the PAPs worked. The Cameroon delegation had some concerns also about how compatible the cross-border payment systems were with financial cooperation agreements that are currently in place in Central Africa. Finally, the delegation was concerned by adaptation of these cross-border instant payment systems with cross-border payment systems in place. Thank you. Cameroon, Nigeria.
Chair, since I'm taking the floor for the first time, let me extend our appreciation to the people of Ethiopia, the government and people of Ethiopia, for the warm hospitality. And I wanted to commend the chair of the Bureau, congratulate him and commend him for his leadership. Now, right away, we were looking at the payment systems. And for us in Nigeria, last year, we hosted the African caucus, where Pan-African payment system was the key as an impetus to driving the continental free trade area. And our understanding is that a lot has been done on this PAPS system. For instance, we are told that a few countries have logged into the PAPS framework. And we are wondering whether this is not the right forum to take the agenda forward. For instance, the main issues that were identified yesterday are the issues of data integrity, data privacy, and security. These issues can be solved once the system is in operation. Organizing the payment system does not really require that everything on board should be in place. And so we are aware of the issue of currency volatility that is being canvassed. But then we believe that this august body, the Conference of Ministers, which includes central bank governors, should take the agenda forward by asking the African Central Bank Governors Forum to work with the private operators, because definitely there are silos of payment systems in almost every area, every part of the continent. We were told yesterday of the COMESA idea. We also know that the Kenyans have done a lot in terms of the local M-Pesa arrangement. And so we are still wondering, what are the impediments to this novel idea? And why can't we, this august body, take it forward in conjunction with the AUC and the Africa Development Bank and other regional institutions? It's a question of mandating them to work out the logistics of how these payment systems, Pan-African payment systems, can be implemented. I think yesterday again, the issue of trust was highlighted by the SMART team. And everywhere, every part of the world, even when they started the issue of the euro, we were all aware, some of us were old enough to notice that the trust issue was there, but then it moved on. And today it has come as a veritable global currency. So I will leave it there and encourage this august body to take this agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. الآن سأعطي الكلمة للأستاذة حنان مرسي للتعليق على هذه المداخلات. أستاذة مرسي.
Good morning, Chair.
سعدتم صباحا السيد الرئيس، السيد أعضاء الوفود والكرام.
فيما يتعلق بالأسئلة التي وجدت بالأمس واجهنا عدة تحديات بعضها قد تم التأكيد عليها من جانب الوزراء الموقرين مثل القضايا الخصوصية للبيانات، المشكلات الخاصة بالأنظمة والقواعد. كل هذه أموال علينا أن نتناولها، ولكن كما ركزنا بالأمس هناك أيضا مشكلات وعقبات من الممكن أن تكون محددة للبلدان فيما يتعلق ما هي الإعاقات بالنسبة لنظم المدفوعات عبر الحدود. وكانت هناك بعض الخصائص المحلية تتعلق في بعض الموضوعات ل قواعد البنوك المركزية والتعاون ما بين البلدان والاتصالات ما بين الشركات. وهناك أيضا قواعد أوسع تحديد كل ذلك لتطوير هذه النظم للمدفوعات. وأيضا أن
the issue of regulation beyond country specific, because now each of the central bank governors have oversight over the payment system within the country. But when we have issues of cross-border, we will need to have also regulation that covers these issues in an efficient way, continent-wide. I think one of the things that I think is important to highlight is the issue that we have only now 6 countries that are doing these type of transactions. And just based on these 6 countries, we have a saving of $5 billion a year. So it talks about, the potential of the savings in that area and the need to ensure that we expand it more by addressing these very pertinent challenges and concerns by member states. Thank you.
Now we follow up on the next item on the program. We will start the presentation of the report of the Commission regarding optimizing tax regimes linked to technology to serve economic growth and job creation in Africa. Mr. Sack, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Today we are going to discuss on how to optimize tax in the ICT sector. Okay, and we like that directly. But I'll talk. Well done. Sorry for that, we have some technical issue. but I can start to save time. As you know, we start talking on digital technology, ICT, since 2020 for the world to discuss how ICT can contribute to the economic development. At this time, a lot of African countries doesn't have access to internet. The world discussion came up with the World Information Society initiative adopted in 2005 in Tunisia. And since African countries put emphasis on how digital technology, ICT, can contribute to this economic development, we have seen a lot of progress in the continent. Some countries have started develop their national ICT strategy, and others also started to put more emphasis on capacity building, how to build the capacity for the member state or for their citizens on digital technology, ICT. But despite some progress made since 2020, we have some challenge in the continent. Africa is the least connected continent region with 38%. If you focus, don't focus only on the 38%, because we start at 2.6% in 2005. But we don't make a lot of progress since 5 years. When we look at between 2023 and 2024, we have a progress on increase only 1% of the connectivity on the continent. It is a big challenge. We need to find a solution how we can improve this connectivity. Also, we have this digital divide between the rural area and the urban area. The difference is huge. Also, the price. Africa has a high cost price in broadband. When you compare to the other country, our price is 5 times as a continent. And we need to do something. And all projections are positive for the continent if we do something, because we expect for the digital economy to have a market of $712 billion by 2030. And this will make our GDP increase of 82% for the digital technology. The e-commerce, I think yesterday you discussed a lot on this instant payment system. This e-commerce is progressing in the continent. Now we have 40% of our population shopping online. What bottleneck we have to sort it out? It is the cost of the service. Because if you have all technology and people can't access to the service, you are not going to increase the productivity. People can't access the service because the cost. And a lot of things is linkage to the cost. One is the tax. How we can use tax ICT to increase productivity. Because ICT contributes a lot to the economic growth. It is not something new. Yes, there are several steps. When you increase your broadband 10%, you can increase your growth from 0.8 to 2.40%. It is at the world level. But in Africa, we have opportunity with the youth generation to go up to 2.46% when we increase 10% our GDP, because our population is very young. And they need technology now. And I give you some statistic. For Nigeria, if we increase 10% of the GDP, the revenue generated will be 1.275 billion. Kenya also 423 million, because Kenya also doing well on the M-Pesa. Ghana, more than 200, Tanzania, more than 200, and Uganda, more than 100 for the current situation. But when we optimize tax, we can go beyond. Also, we look at the contribution of the ICT on the job creation. It's very clear. ICT contributes a lot to job creation. And Africa, as we have a young population, we need to focus more how we can develop more ICT. It is a way we can create job with the development of this artificial intelligence, the data, big data. And I give you one example for how ICT can increase substantially the job in the continent. Let's look at only the arrival of the submarine cable in the continent. Kenya, we can increase between 3.1% to 13.2%. We can go to more than 700,000 jobs to 3 million jobs, because the access of ICT, the availability of the network, and availability of service. We take Nigeria, big country. We can move up to 7 million jobs in the sector. We can create more 7 million jobs in the sector. Country like Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, we can go to 1 million, more than 1 million jobs. Uganda, 2 million. It is a study done by ILO and ITU. Now, but the big issue it is in all African countries, the taxation of the ICT sector has to be optimized, because it seems like ICT is a sector easily to tax, because we have several type of tax in the sector. You have this VAT tax, this personal income tax, this corporate income tax, and also the excise taxes. Some country doesn't have it because a lot of countries focus on alcohol or tobacco for this kind of tax. But it's easy for government to tax because it is where the money comes. But we should balance this taxation with the objective of development. And why ECA come up with a study in focus on 50 African countries where data are available, and to see how we can optimize taxation to create more revenue, more connectivity, more job for African continent. And we have a two scenario for this study. There are a lot of parameters behind this study. The two scenario is, if the government decide to reduce gradually the tax in the ICT sector, we have two options. The first option, if the government reduces, the operator should pass this reduction to the customer. Means if the government decides to reduce 10%, all the service provided by the operator should be reduced by 10%. And according to our study, we find there are a lot of opportunity for a lot of African countries, not all, to optimize this taxation. Ever you can put on the tax rate, reduce the VAT or the excise duty. And we have seen an increase of the total revenue. The ICT sector revenue will decrease when you reduce, but you have indirect sector increase because access to ICT service. And the total revenue will be increased for the government. We have also an increase of the GDP because you have additional productivity, and other sector will benefit from the reduction of the ICT sector. In the health sector, education, business sector, e-commerce sector. Yeah. We have also an increase of the broadband, because when you reduce, the broadband will go up. And also the increase of the GDP and job creation. This should be done in the very good regulation environment. The second is the government decide to reduce the tax, but the price will not change. Why? Some countries, they need to build their infrastructure. I told you there is this digital divide between the urban and the rural area. And we need to build the infrastructure, and the benefits generated by the operator will be put in the development of the infrastructure in the continent. Because we have developed universal access fund in several countries. I think almost in Africa, 35 or 36 countries have this universal fund, but it doesn't work. We have a good example in Tanzania, yeah? But for some countries, it is a problem. And with that, I think it is something we can push the operator to invest in the infrastructure. And the study, the finding is if you reduce the tax, not to put it zero, but you gradually optimize, you enhance the broadband connectivity. Also, the productivity will be increased. And the tax base for the country will be increased. The taxation, yeah, the tax revenue will be increased for the government. And some people think when we reduce the tax will be decreased. No, the total tax will be increased. And I give you some example, and I will show you on the tools we have developed also from the study. Any country can go to study and look at how they can reduce their tax, how they can optimize their tax. Let me take the case of Zambia. Zambia, where the excess deity is high, 20%, 21%, I think. When we decrease of 15%, we have an increase of the tax receipt, direct and indirect, for 2%. And there is a 254,000 jobs created because of this tax. Kenya, when we decrease the tax 10%, we have 1% increase of the job, of the tax receipt. And the broadband will increase almost 10%. And you can create an additional job of 508,000 jobs for the country. I give you the case of Ethiopia. When they increase, but the tools is very important. It shows for each country, according to this economic environment, if they have to go to decrease or increase this tax. It is now Ethiopia case. If you reduce 5% of the VAT, the total tax will be decreased 4.9%. But you can create 640,000 jobs, and also the broadband will increase at 4.6%. Now it is where the government has to make a decision. I need to invest in the infrastructure if I reduce or I maintain this current situation. Nigeria also, if they decrease their VAT of 5%, there is a total tax receipt coming to decrease 1.3%. But they create 720,000 jobs. And they increase the broadband of 4.9%. It is a quite interesting result. I try to show you country by country, very specific. Some country has to go to optimize, other country is not the case. But it is a priority of the government. If you want to increase the job, you have a tools to increase the job. You have Windows. What we have to do now for all African countries in optimizing this tax? Every country has to develop its own framework to assess and monitor the impact of the tax applicable at the country on the ICT sector. We have seen the positive case of Zambia and Kenya, and also where it's decreased in Nigeria and Ethiopia. But the majority of the African countries, when we optimize, you have seen an increase of the total tax receipt and broadband penetration as well as job creation. But given our current situation of our economy, we need to do this taxation ratio gradually. Yeah. And to see year by year how it's evolution. Yeah. Because you can have several other factors. Another recommendation, very important, it is for the Minister of Finance. When you decide to optimize tax or to look at the tax on the ICT sector, it is important to include the Ministry of ICT and the central bank on that. Because even now, we can increase the Minister of Trade because we are going to the e-trade markets. You have seen yesterday the presentation on the cross-border transaction in the continent to discuss to see what is the best option for the country. Because this minister, they have ICT or trade or central bank, they have all the technical background to assist the Minister of Finance to define the way forward. Also, we need to involve the G6. You have the G6 operator, the 6 big operator in the continent. We have MTN, Orange, Vodacom, Airtel, Ethiopian, and Axian. All these 6 cover all the continents. Yeah, because we need to get the right data to build the trust between government in this G6 operator and also the other telecom operator. Because the data coming from this operator and our regulator are not very strong now. Yeah, some countries the regulator is very strong, as no, but we need to see collaboration to get the right data to know exactly what is the exact revenue of the sector. Yeah. And this data can be get from the billing system of this operator, and we need to build this trust. Also, we need to have a comprehensive strategy for each country, how this taxation optimization will support the economic development. So we have seen priority of some country is to create more jobs, others will create more revenue, and up to them to see how we can, what strategy to put in place. Also, we need to look at the taxation of the digital push as we are going to implement the FCTA. And everything will be online. And generally, our taxation is based on the operator in the country, or the situation changed. Now everything is in the cloud. Today, we have operator physically operated in our country, but with the development of the technology, of the AI, of the quantum technology to become soon, we are going to have operator in the cloud. We are not going to have infrastructure at the country level. We need to look at this regulation also. But all this can be done under strong political leadership and regulation from work. We have to have a very strong regulation at the country level. It is the end of my presentation, Chair. If you allow me, I can show the platform for 5 minutes. Thank you.
During the technical resolving, we'll open the floor after that. If you want to take it, please let us know. Should we open the floor in the meantime? Oh, it works. Okay.
Now let's the calculator is of over 50 countries in the continent. There are countries where data are available. Let me select anyone. And we have several parameters. A total, we have 36 parameters for this, 36 key parameters for this platform. And we can, we have the current situation is the data available at the country level. All the corporate input tax, the salary, the personnel tax, everything now is what we have at the country level. We have a robust statistic from member state and from also our African Center of Statistics for that. It is a current situation. The two scenarios I explained at the beginning. If you want to pass the reduction to the customer, it is the full pass. If government want to focus more on the investment in the infrastructure, it is a no pass. There is no change on the structure of the cost of the service, but we are going to have additional revenue from the operator, and they have to invest in the infrastructure, development of infrastructure. Now, I give you an example. Let me take one country. Tanzania. It's a very interesting country. Tanzania, they have two additional tax. They have the VAT and also the excess rate on 17%. The excess rate is there. Now, when we decide to reduce, this zero. We don't touch about the VAT, and the government decide to decide to reduce 10% of the excise duty. Now, we can first analyze this. Let's go here. The revenue of the sector will be increased because tax is reduced. The revenue passed from 730 million to 817, around 100 increase. The broadband is increased to 9.69%. And now when we go to the total tax generated, we pass 350 to 490, almost $500 million. There is an increase of the total tax direct and indirect. Because what is important is an indirect tax is 222. And where this broadband connectivity, increasing productivity is shown. Because you reduce, you increase the number of broadband connectivity and you create more productivity. Yep. And at the end of the day, they create around 230, they create 700,000 jobs for this case. And the tools is available. You can take any country and you see if you can reduce 5%, 10%, 2%. It is a tools for the Minister of Finance to see how they can optimize their taxes in their country according to the strategic orientation of the country. Chair, it is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. We'll open the floor for comments or questions. Sierra Leone. Please.
Good morning and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the presenter, especially on the tax calculator that he just presented. I was looking at the model, and although I've not seen it fully, first, I think it will be good for countries to access this model. But also, I was anticipating that because we are calculating the impact of tax and the impact of taxation on ICT, I think we're supposed to have looked at the elasticity. I would have loved to see a factor that takes into consideration how the changes in revenue is affected by the different elasticity in various countries. Because you may not have the same tax elasticity in each country, because different factors affect elasticity in different countries. So I was wondering how that is accounted for in the model. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. La parole est maintenant. Minister. Okay. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the presenter, Dr. Sek, for a wonderful presentation on the taxation of the ICT sector and its potential contribution to economic growth. Not even potential, it's contributing to economic growth. And then the also presentation on the tax calculator. Just a few comments, perhaps questions on the taxation. It's really clear that this sector, the ICT sector, is contributing a lot for most countries into the tax, into the fiscus. But we're noticing that there are also tricks that are played in this sector. One example is that of origination of traffic. So you find traffic that is originating outside the country is being regenerated using gadgets domestically that say that this traffic is actually domestic traffic. By doing that, then they avoid certain fees, taxes that ought to be paid to the government. And this is an issue that we've been working with the regulator to deal with, to make sure that they were able to catch these operators when they do that. So that's why you find you are sitting in Zimbabwe or in Harare somewhere here in Addis Ababa, and someone is ringing you from New York, and the number is local because they've rerouted using some gadget. Now, that's the first one. Then the second one is, you see, I know that for some countries, you don't want to tax the gadget. You want everyone to have no import duties on gadgets. And these gadgets tend to be imported. But I like to tax some of these gadgets, just a little bit of tax, and then ring fence that to support the health sector. So what our experience is that one way to do this because someone will put it in their pocket and walk through the border customs. So what you do, you work with the telecoms operators to say any new phone or in fact, when you put the SIM card for the first time in any new phone, the phone will tell the operator about who it is. In other words, it will give its ID number to the operator. It's called the IMEI number, the International Mobile Equipment Identity Number. It's a 15-digit number which is unique to any mobile phone. It has information on where it was manufactured, who is the manufacturer, and then the number of the phone. So once it registers with the operator, then you know it's a new phone, it has been imported, it will even signal what type of smartphone it is, and then you have a sense as to what kind of import duties you should be levying on that gadget. So we work with the mobile phone operators and the Dodgers because you have to pass a law that says that the mobile operator is now a designated tax collection agent. That's what you have to do. Statutory instrument you issue and you try to enforce. I did that a couple of years ago, and I must admit it's not easy. They just keep dodging us, and sometimes I even thought that some of my employees were colluding with these operators. Anyway, I'm just explaining that sometimes the solutions for taxation and how to do it lie within the technology itself. That if you're able to figure that out, you can raise revenue. But they are always very smart, always one step ahead. Now, colleagues, there is something that we still need to crack. I didn't hear this in the presentation, which is about, I think largely we can tax movement of voice, the voice traffic, data traffic. We have a sense, even with these tricks that I've tried to explain. But I don't think we've fully figured out how to tax content. Content from Facebook, Google, and YouTube. This content generates revenue for the influencers. Some of them are living in Addis, in Nairobi, everywhere. And this revenue is obviously paid by these huge global platforms in the first place. Figuring out how to tax content is not so easy. If anyone has an idea, I would like to hear about it. I once heard that Uganda had made progress, or Kenya had made progress. If they're able to share that, maybe SEC have an idea. How can we start taxing social media content? There's a lot of money there. I think with YouTube, once you hit, is it 4,000 hits? You start getting paid if you're an influencer. So I want to track who's got more than 4,000 hits, and then we can start taxing that. Then finally, I also would have liked to hear a bit more on how to tax services that are I would say, ICT enabled, and just restricting these to mobile phone-based services, for example, because it just created a platform for us to do more taxes. For instance, Zimbabwe, what I introduced a few years back was just a tax on mobile transactions, mobile-based transactions. In fact, all electronic-based transactions is an easy tax. If once you start as a Minister of Finance, you get addicted. You just want to keep increasing this tax, so don't get addicted. It's so easy to collect, but again, you have to pass a law that says that the mobile phone operators and the banks are now your designated tax collectors. Then tax will be collected. You will know exactly how much you're collecting every hour, every day. It's a real-time tax collection. So I'm just thinking that perhaps just something about taxing services around ICT, on ICT-enabled services is something that we also need to focus on as tax collectors. Those are my comments, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. You were promoting Mr. Beck reducing taxes. I think you have a lot of ideas of increasing them. Thank you, Minister. La parole est maintenant au Bénin.
We give the floor now to Benin. Thank you, Chair. I, in turn, would like to thank you for your election as the Bureau Chair. We'd also like to thank the government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for the warm welcome.
Ethiopia for
The delegation
their
from Benin
excellent
listened attentively to the
presentation.
presentation. There were questions we asked ourselves on one or two points. In particular, transmission channels. What I mean by that is how can ITC act directly on, how can it impinge directly on growth and employment? Well, this was presented quite well, but we didn't have any points about digressive aspects. I'm thinking, for example, about fraud, theft, those kinds of events that occur alongside digital. So my question is the figures that were presented, are they net figures when you talk about transmission? Because we know that the ITC can actually destroy jobs. There are complementary benefits, but we wonder, were the figures that were given to us net employment figures? We'd need to know all that so that we know whether or not the negative aspects of this were taken into consideration. We saw that there are countries that have trade ministers, ITC ministers. Are each of the countries expected to take up the study at their level, or is the ECA going to be the sort of ground framework for expanding this through Africa? Thank you. Thank you, Benin. Tanzania has the floor.
Chair, first of all, I would like to thank the presenter from the good presentation. And I was looking on the data that he provided based on the model that was used, but I haven't seen if there were any direct correlation between the increase of taxes or decrease of taxes and the job that are created, because I've seen, for example, based on the presentation, indicates that Kenya, for example, increased some taxes, but still job increased. I don't know to what percentage of the population. And also, for example, for Nigeria, I saw that they decreased taxes, but still job increased. So I thought if he could maybe expand it more to give us a clarification to what extent that the implication of taxes have contributed, because as I understand that there might be some children who have just entered the majority age that will have a new access. So for the country that they haven't covered by 100%, it can be very difficult to measure the impact of taxes. However, I understand that taxes is not the only incentive or disincentive that will make usage of the ICT services. But also, I wanted maybe to look on this issue vis-a-vis the services which are being offered by the government, because on the one side, there might be some costs, but on the side, on the government side, sometimes they needed to expand those services. I can take an example of Tanzania, where some of the taxes are being aligned to support ICT infrastructure development, as well as creating good conducive environment. Because I understand, for example, 2% of excise duty being channeled to Tanzania Education Fund in order to support sponsorship for ICT at the higher learning institutions at the university level. But also 5% out of the VAT is aligned to support construction of towers under the Ministry of responsible for ICT. And we can see now, according to our coverage, as of at the end of this year, we'll be having 100% of coverage for internet connectivity throughout the country, and for rural electrification as well. So I see it's like a chicken and egg. So sometimes you can tax purposely based on your policies in order to finance some of the infrastructure as well as services, which will also have a direct impact to support ICT development. So I think maybe these costs need to be aligned, but based on the presentation, I don't see if there is a direct correlation, and because the causes is not only tax, there are other factors. So I wanted maybe to ask the presenter if can give more clarification on those areas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. The floor, la parole est au Togo maintenant.
We now give the floor to Togo.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président de séance, pour la parole.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the floor. With respect to Togo's contribution, what I'd like to say is that digitalizing public services, strengthening digital infrastructure are major pillars on which the government roadmap is based. I have two main thrusts for concern. We've been told in the presentation that ITC development promotes growth. It's a factor of growth. But I would have thought that we could benefit from this growth much more were we to prepare youth. These days, we find that when we talk about artificial intelligence, many jobs are disappearing. Are we preparing youth for these jobs that are coming? I think we need to draw attention to that. We need to create new employments, but the youth have to be prepared for them, and they have to be present, ready, and waiting. That's my first point. Second point, maybe this is to request some clarification from the presenter. I'm thinking about taxation, especially value-added text. Every day we download apps. All of us are linked to the cloud. Every day we download apps, and then when the bill comes, there's VAT on it. But I don't believe that in our countries where the apps are being consumed, that this VAT is actually being collected. So what is being done with it? I think we need to think about how together we find a common approach to rules and regulations whereby all the apps downloaded by operators or the companies, we find a way to bring the VAT to the beneficiary countries themselves. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Togo.
Is now for our partner, GSMA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to extend my congratulations on your appointment and wish you the best. I would like to stand on existing protocol. My name is Caroline Bugwa, and I lead public policy at the GSMA in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. Mine is to congratulate ECA for the good job that they have done in the development of this report. And I think a lot of insights will be drawn from it, and is to emphasize, based on some of the comments that have been made in the room, is just to emphasize that the mobile industry is committed to paying taxes in the countries that they are deriving value. And we have seen this, we have seen the contribution of the mobile industry from some of the reports that we have done at the GSMA, where we see the sector contributing up to 13.5% of GDP in a country like Nigeria, for example. So it means that there's a lot of value that can come out of this particular sector. And seeing progress where we see discussions on managing or rationalizing taxation is very important, because for us to achieve a lot of the progress that we're looking to achieve on technology, it will not be done if we have half of the continent not using mobile broadband services. Like we mentioned yesterday, more than 600 million of Africans are covered by mobile broadband services but are not using this service. And the number one barrier of this is affordability. And the biggest contribution to this is taxation. So reducing tax is critical for Africa's realizing our digitalization agenda. And a majority of the countries in the region have this prioritized in their particular countries. So mine is to appeal to the various member states decision makers to review this report and to work with the industry, like mentioned, the G6, who are the main, the 6 biggest mobile operators in the region. Work with them to see how do we support development objectives, but also ensure that taxation does not discourage investment and does not negatively impact affordability of service, to make sure that we can reap the benefits of technology and reduce the growing digital divide that we are seeing. The rest of the world is already talking about 6G, and we have majority of our consumers and population on 2G. That is unacceptable. As leaders in the region, we need to take this very serious, and we need to make sure that we are putting the right policies in place to support that migration from 2G to more advanced technologies like 4G and 5G, to realize digitalization of our economies. Otherwise, everything that we are saying will not be materialized if we don't have our population using broadband services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to GSMA. If you permit, I will have 2 or 3 comments before giving the floor to Mr. Sekr. First of all, it's counterintuitive to see that elasticity of communication price can be linked to VAT. Most of the time, VAT is 20% or something like that. And on parallel, we see some promotion from ICT companies to the population, doubling, tripling the communication that they're having. So this 5% or this 6% seems to be too low to have an impact on the price of the communication. We are in a yield management infrastructure. And what we saw in my country, at least, is that what had an impact on infrastructure and on developing the access, on developing the access of the population to broadband were 3 factors. The first factor was competition, strong competition. Open, if you have one provider, open to the second. If you have a second, open to the third. The fourth is probably excessive, but competition is key. Second is regulation, control the flows, control the access, control the operators, have a strong regulator. This is absolute key. You must have the capacity to shut down an operator. And this is very important to have a strong regulation. And the third one, and sorry if I disagree with what was presented, is to have equity through this fund, but a well-managed fund, so that most of the people can have access, because a part of our population is in rural area, and rural area are not dense enough to invest in infrastructure. So that's why these funds are made to support investment in low usage infrastructure. And this worked very well. We could cover 99%, if not 100% of the population in many countries in Africa using this fund. So I'm not sure that tax elasticity for an operator would have this impact, but I'm sure you studied it and you could demonstrate that it would have an impact, but it's counterintuitive, and I believe more in competition. But the floor is yours now to answer. Oh. No. Would you permit if we let Uganda and Guinea take the floor before you comment so that you can conclude? Uganda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I came in a bit late. If what I'm raising was talked about, it's about the emergence of the crypto assets which operate online and is almost not regulated anywhere globally. But what is happening is that people are investing in these assets and transactions are also being done. And we have operators in different countries. So there's a huge challenge, therefore, of eluding the tax laws and regulations in our individual countries. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how to handle this, because these are online operations that seem to be growing. Even last night alone, you saw how United States of America is building its reserves in these crypto assets. You know, it's a growing trend, and before we realize, we shall have lost many of our sources of tax revenue. And all these are online transactions that are very hard to regulate in any individual country, that require a global coalition, you know, to address them. So I just want to get your views about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uganda. La parole est à la
Guinea-Conakry has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you. I would like to thank the presenter. The information provided was most relevant. Now, having said that, we'd like to know what was the design concept for the model? Because as you yourself said, it depends on the different levels of economic development in our countries and the types of economy. So the question is, are we to adapt these models to the economic structures of our respective countries? We've also observed the close correlation between job creation and ICT. It would be interesting to actually grasp the link with creating more jobs opportunities, because we know that in some economies there's ITC that is expanding, but in other countries it's diminishing. So the resources garnered from ICT should enable some states to redirect the resources for generating employment, but also these resources could be reintroduced into the sector, and that even more jobs would be created. So really, we would like to know what channels we should take for actually creating these job opportunities. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Guinea-Conakry.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question and comment. Very relevant. Of course, we take into consideration the elasticity of the pricing, and this elasticity is not the same in all countries.
Could you bring the mic closer?
For Sierra Leone, we take into consideration the elasticity of the price. Of course, in the model we have presented. Also, there is a very good comment from the Honorable Minister of Zimbabwe. The tax of the gadget. Yeah, we can, some country remove tax of the gadget, as also put some tax for the gadget. But the origin of the traffic is very important, because now we are going to a digital world, where one of my recommendations is to build this trust between government and operator. to get to know exactly what is the origin of the traffic. And this means also we should have a very strong regulatory body. Some country have a very strong regulatory body like Morocco, because I was regulator and I started to do regulation in Morocco in 2000 before I joined Senegal. And they have a very good, why the universal service work very well in Morocco. Also, we have this content on Ramis. It is a problem now for everyone, not for Africa, not only for Africa, even for Europe, for America. We have a problem. We need to have a strong leadership for that, to tax this content. You know, sometimes European Union take some directive, they tax 20% to the GAFA. We need to do that in Africa. We need to do this study to see how many. We don't know exactly how many are generated by this GAFA in the content in the continent. Because why, on my recommendation 6, we need to look at this digital goods, how to tax this digital goods. It is a very important. And this is not only a country level. We need to look at this issue at the continental level. Because in Europe, they look at it as the European level. America is a big country also, they do it. But in Africa, we need the involvement of African Union to work together, and we are work together to see how we can tax this content coming elsewhere in the continent. And there are a lot. If you look at TikTok, we have too many business now with this network. A lot of people selling goods via TikTok. There is no way for government to tax this. And we need to do something, but it will be at a high political level. Dans ce modèle, on peut pas.
In this model, fraud has not been designed into it. Fraud is random. What we have used as our data comes from member states. It varies. If you take fraud, usually we say it's about 10% of the GDP in Africa. So we haven't factored it into this model, but there's a margin of error of 1% that was put into the calculations that we made when it came to job creation and expanding connectivity and increasing GDP.
Yes, so we talk about correlation of price, is okay. It's up to the country to see what is. We provide the model. The model, we don't have a time to explain all behind this model. But when you come to our stand, our booth down there, we can give you more information about the model behind this taxation tools. And you can see how you can tax your VAT, or you can tax your excess duty. And also it is up to the policy, national policy developed in the country and the strategic orientation. Togo, on a parlé de.
We talked about youth, Togo. Yes, you have to train youth because 42% of youth, well, in 2050, African youth will represent 42% of global youth. We have one option: train youth in emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the technologies that are of the future. We have developed a digital compact, and one of the objectives is indeed to strengthen capacity. We've talked about the GAFA, taxing them. This is not a problem from today that started today. We've been thinking about it for years now. We haven't found a solution in Africa yet.
Thank you for your input, but the operator need to invest in the rural area where there is no benefits. It is why the regulation is very important. Political leadership and regulation at the member state is very important. The operator they don't have to stay where they get profit. Yeah. And why behind this taxation model, we need a strong policy leadership and strong regulation to make sure all the operators will invest in this in the rural area where there is no lot of benefit. We exercise this universal fund to create a regional operator in the rural area, provide them some investment. But we need to look at it again, because we don't get a very good result in some country. Because we at the beginning, we expect, when you talk about universal access, it is around, I think, 99 something, or 2000. When we look at the model in Latin America, they have very good universal access fund. And country like Brazil, they connect all the rural area with this universal fund. And we include this 1% of the benefits generated by the operator to be put in the universal fund in order to connect to invest in the rural area. Guinée, le modèle est applicable et puis on va.
The model is applicable, of course. We will give you all the necessary elements. We cannot give you all the details in 5-10 minutes and discuss all the parameters behind the model. We focus on the employments created rather than the ones that are destroyed. So when it comes to new technologies, yes, we create employments, but we also lose some of the employments. It all depends on the context. We can say that we would adapt employments to the technologies. Technologies should not destroy employments. They adapt employments. These are new employments using technologies. So, and people should adapt themselves. So by 2030, 90% of newly created employments would be digital employments, and these employments would require a digital component. This is where training is required because people need to adapt themselves for the profession. Professions of the future would change and would require technology, of course. Please try to be fast in your response. This was the last question that I addressed.
I go through to all questions and thank you for your comment and recommendation. It is a model. We are going to improve it. Here it's clear. We have several parameters, and thank you also for your comment and input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Executive Secretary Gatete, who want to make some remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I was listening very carefully because this is an area that should be of interest to all of us here. In 2023, I was one of the co-facilitators of the Global Digital Compact. And as we are discussing, we are realizing how Africa is lagging far behind. Lagging far behind, among the 2.6 billion people who are not connected, I think Africa had the biggest share of that. And as the world now is dependent more on technology, the more, the longer we take in terms of embracing technology, the faster we lag behind. It's moving very fast. And even the issues you are discussing, if you're not connected, you're not part of the discussion. I have seen firsthand how technology transforms a country. In 1999, we had to consult from Rwanda, ECA, to help us in terms of developing the whole strategy of ICT. They gave us someone, a Ghanaian who was working here in ECA. We developed the whole strategy. And as a country, we benefited in every sector. In governance, in social sector, in economic sector. It's almost in every sector of life. When I was governor of the central bank, firsthand, I benefited directly from this. We wouldn't have the kind of banking sector that is modern without the technology. And the whole government, the way this functions, the way it contributes to the economic development is unquestionable. We started putting it as a line. When you talk about GDP, we had agriculture, industry, services. And within services, you have a specific line for technology so that one can monitor how it contributes to that. So in other words, you cannot do without it. But it requires quite a lot of things that we need all of us to learn. It requires the infrastructure. The infrastructure that we put in place, by that time, we could not afford it as government. We had to bring in Korea Telecom to joint venture. We had to bring in also the private sector to become part of us. That's how we afforded that one. It's like a highway. And then there we have the telecom that is coming in to make sure they can distribute this kind of services that we need. And before you know it, you have also other content, the social media and other things. In other words, everything is coming faster and faster and faster. But what we need is, we need technology. Going into the details of how we regulate, of how we make it cheaper, of how we make sure that everybody uses it, with no exception, is very critical. And now this is the dynamics we are dealing with. I liked what Professor Nkube, learning very fast, he's an economist, but yesterday when we were talking about minerals, he looked like an expert. And now also in technology, he's looking like an expert. We like that kind of enthusiasm, because for you to make sure that you are looking at the growth of the economy, but also you are looking at social development, you are looking at governance, you are looking at the whole efficiency of the government and the people. And to do that, let's all agree we cannot do without technology. That one is not an option. But how do you tax it in a way that everybody becomes part of it? How do you do it? In a way that everybody can embrace it. It may take time, but as people get income, they even use it more. Meaning that the benefit is not only today, but is also there in the long run. And that's why we try to cover the whole country by the normal, because you have the infrastructure, broadband, or you have satellite, but at the same time, you want to support the rural areas so they are part of the process. And that's why the universal fund that they have been talking about, especially to support the rural area, is now in many countries. It's now a normal process, but you want everybody included. If you are not, you gain in one place, but you lose in another. And you want to make sure that everybody embraces it. And that's why you need to work together to see from your own country perspective, what can you do to make sure everybody is included? If everybody is not included, there is something you gain, but it is something that you lose. And it is very critical that we understand that. And now what you have developed is a sample of what is possible in terms of taxation and the benefits. The benefits here, although they have said in terms of GDP and in terms of the jobs, that's not only the gain. There is also in governance. There is also in our way of life. There is so many things which are indirect that you may not capture in that quantitatively, but that are very important for a country. And for us not to lag behind, everybody must be involved. And that's why we are saying is, how do we cannot keep it as business as usual. Because in as much as you have the infrastructure and people have the phones, they have the laptops, they have everything, and then you cannot use it, and not everybody can use it, we are losing because of the heavy investment that were made before. And that's why we need to figure out, where can we improve in terms of governance? Where can we improve in terms of rolling out, in terms of pricing, so that eventually we can get the benefit we want, but the first benefit is for the people to use it. If I'm using it for agriculture, understanding prices, understanding trade, understanding all these things, the benefit is very clear. It provides services. So that's why I was saying that we should take this work seriously, especially ministers of finance. They are the ones, unfortunately, who are always bogged down in terms of taxation, because everybody wants as much as possible. And usually technology is very easy to tax because you can't hide. It's not like any other product. But at the same time, we make sure that we want this technology to grow. We want to make sure that we include everybody. And I think this is something that maybe we can keep discussing, but at the same time, we have given you what we have now. But if there is any practical examples, anything that can improve what we are doing, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. Indeed, it's an initial tool that can help countries to assess, in a way, looking for taxes on how to include the maximum, because inclusion is the key word in what we're trying to do together. Tax is part of it, but a lot of other factors can play. But it's a tool you can use. Thank you very much. I will hand over now the floor to MC to introduce the next part of our journey, which is the roundtable about special economic zones.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Executive Secretary. And thank you all for your contribution on the optimization of information communications technology related tax regimes for growth and job creation in Africa. Please don't forget about the youth. They transact a lot on their phones, and e-commerce is just growing exponentially. At this juncture, I'd like to introduce, thank you, roundtable number 3 in terms of the 57th session. And it is titled Special Economic Zones as Drivers of Development of Regional Value Chains in the context of the AFCFTA. So yesterday we spoke about infrastructure in the first roundtable and why it's important to invest in the economic infrastructure. And then we spoke to transaction systems, payment systems, and digitalization. And now we're talking about those special economic zones. They've driven the economies of the People's Republic of China, Korea Republic, USA, Malaysia, Turkey. They view special economic zones as a catalyst for growth. Obviously, many experts will tell us that the results are a mixed bag. But in Africa, we've got 237 concentrated in just 4 countries, mainly Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Morocco. So what can be done to enhance high-value manufacturing, processing, and integrating production lines from country to country through the model of special economic zones? Stephen Karingi is already on stage. He's the Director for Regional Integration and the Trade Division here at the ECA. His panel has our Bureau Chair, the Honorable Riyad Mezzour, the Minister of Trade and Industry for Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco. We also have Madam Fatima El Sheikh, who's the Secretary General of the Arab Bank for Economic Development, BADEA, and Mrs. Mavis Owusu Jamfi, the President and Chief Executive of the African Center for Economic Transformation. And so, Stephen, I hand over to you. Enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you so much, Lerato. Good morning. We had a good time with the other panel. It was supposed to be 1 hour, but it ended up being 1.5 hours. And then one of the panelists that we had for this panel actually could not make it because our time changed. In any case, so we are now a small panel, but this gives us an opportunity of maybe having a second round of questions because the chair is with us, or having one round and then having a good interaction with the ministers and the leaders of the delegation. So our panel is about special economic zones. Let me start by giving you a few bits of information. In 2020, we had about 237 special economic zones in the continent. And this is compared to 20 special economic zones back in 1990. Most of these special economic zones are found in Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Egypt in that order. The other point that I would want to make as we lay the ground for this is to say that the special economic zones in the continent have had mixed results. One of the things that has been witnessed is that when a special economic zone is established, you have a spike of inflow of investments, both FDI
and also from within the country. And an example here is Ethiopia. And I think the similar trend was also witnessed in Morocco. And unfortunately, this flow of FDI is actually not maintained. In other words, it's sort of flattens off. And so the question is, could this be because the special economic zones maybe rely on extractive industries, maybe because they are not having diversification, or is it because they are national? So those are some of the things that we need probably to debate on this. So what the ECA is currently doing is to start thinking about a new generation of special economic zones. And we are thinking of learning from the lessons from the rest of the world where new generations of special economic zones seem to be emerging that are focused on innovation, questions of sustainability, and also value chain integration. And so the example that we are currently working with, actually there are two examples that we are currently working with. We have this example of the DRC and Zambia electric vehicle battery value chain. And maybe the fact that it's transboundary, it may respond to some of the issues that I just raised. But just for your information, those of you who have not heard about the study that ECA did with Bloomberg, in the case of the electric vehicle battery value chain, building a cathode precursor plant for battery manufacturing is 3 times cheaper to do it in the Democratic Republic of Congo than doing the same in the United States. Still, battery production in the Democratic Republic of Congo is also projected to be better in terms of climate issues because it has 30% less carbon emission than doing the same in China. So now that we have the AFCFTA as a regional market, where tariffs are being brought down between regions. Before you had these tariffs because of the regional economic communities were not trading freely. NTBs are being brought down. Do we have an opportunity now that we have the AFCFTA to at least to now have these transboundary special economic zones? Because now we have harmonization of policies, including what we have heard about the investment policy, competition policy, intellectual property rights, including the digital trade and the issues we were discussing in the last panel. So that is the question. And so my panelists are going to help us in understanding ways in which special economic zones can be positioned to drive the diversification and also the growth of our economies and utilization of the AFCFTA. Also identify practical solutions to address challenges, some of which I hinted on, and also to explore the opportunities and challenges of the next generation of special economic zones in the continent. And to do that, we have as Relato has said, we have our Minister of Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Morocco. We also have the Secretary General of Badea, Dr. Fatima El Sheikh, and the President and CEO of the Africa Center of Economic Transformation, Mavis Owusu Gyamfi. And so my first question, Honorable Minister, is to say that, is to hear from you, because Morocco has world-class special economic zones. And I actually had the privilege of visiting Taj Ahmed zone. But I also see we also have the Atlantic Free Zone. and the Casablanca Finance City. And these have played a pivotal role in positioning Morocco as Africa's top trade and investment hub. What key standards, policies, and regulatory frameworks have been instrumental in driving the success of these zones, Your Excellency?
Thank you, Stephen, for your moderation and for this question. Let's give you an overview of what we have in industrial zones in Morocco. We have 140 million square meter of industrial zones in the country, of which 40 million square meter are dedicated to what you call special economic zone. We call them industrial acceleration zones. So something like 30% of what we have in terms of capacity. We have 19 dedicated special economic zones all over the country, of which 3 are not active and 1 is not performing. All the rest, 15, are doing well. 3 are not active because they just started. It's not a problem. And 1 is not performing. And this is the key to understand why the others are performing. You learn more from your fails than from your successes. Why is it not performing? We have 100 hectares in this industrial zone. Only 2 projects covering 3 hectares since 5 years operating. In the other side of the street, we have a normal zone with a higher price per square meter for sale, and it reached 400 hectares fully covered of plants and logistics. So we had to ask ourselves, we started reducing the price of the free zone were now 30% lower than the price of the normal zone, and nobody is coming. And we are transforming this zone now to a dry port so that we can increase the competitiveness of our logistics. So why is it not working? First of all, the business model doesn't match, and this is the real question. When I started in my duty 3.5 years ago, in Parliament, everyone was asking for a special zone in his area. Everyone. I need a special zone. I need a special zone. I need a special zone. But they didn't know that a special zone has its own business model, has its own factor of success, and has a lot of constraint to people that are operating in these special zones. And this example was to show them that we were in Agadir. Agadir is a known city, is an international city. It has international airport. It's connected to the highway. It's connected to the port. And the valorization of the industrial zone was only at 5%, which is incredible. So business model must match. That means industries that must come in it must have the potential to export, must have the figures and the competitiveness to be an exporter. Because when you're in a specific zone, at least 80% of your business must go to export. And you must have access also to internet in a very easy way. So first of all, business model must work. Second factor of success, and we learned it from former failure, you must delegate. Yesterday, two intervention were talking about corruption. We should not hide ourselves. We have corruption in our countries. And corruption cannot attract big investors, cannot attract international world-class investors, because they cannot handle it. They don't know how to do it. They don't have the tools in the system. Some have. Some are used to, when they work in commodities, they have it. But this new type of investor in manufacturing, they don't know how to deal with corruption. So the second key success factor for us was to delegate all state authority to the zone developer. He was authorizing construction. He was authorizing everything. He has some rules to respect up front, signed, agreed, but he had the authority to authorize the business, to authorize the construction. Full authority. And no one, it was a free zone, a real one, no one from local authority could go inside and ask him for something if it was not in a regulated manner. That means in a commission, designated commission by the state, and with responsible taking into account, did you respect this condition or did you did not respect this condition? The third factor of success, you can make a facility, it can be beautiful and everything. We are not good in infrastructure. We are not good in electricity providing. You were talking about battery. We are producing now, since 2 months, our first pre-CAM in Morocco. First output 2 months ago. Huge investment. But did you know that the water consumption of this plant were equivalent to a city of 100,000 inhabitants? Can you imagine how big the infrastructure is? And the electricity consumption of this plant are the same as the electricity consumption of a city of 500,000 people living in? All that for one plant? So you must make electricity, water, ICT available for these people, and water cleaning, etc. for these people. So you must have the standard. And a plant that was installing in Morocco 20 years ago to have electricity, they had to wait, if it was available, at the power they needed. And it's still a nightmare outside of regulated industrial zone for even buildings. I'm not talking about manufacturing. Infrastructure must be available. You must invest. 40% of the budget of my ministry is dedicated to this, to bring infrastructure, the adequate infrastructure, be it access, be it electricity, be it water treatment, whatever, at the standard and at the level they need. Sometimes I'm talking to electricity provider, the National Electricity Network. Hey, I need to increase capacity in this plant. He says, I don't have that. You have to pay $10 million to bring it, or to increase, or to buy a transformator for this electricity, and I pay it. As a ministry, an investor cannot understand that he's buying electricity and it's not available, and he has to pay to bring it to his plant. So this, for me, are the key factor of success. 1, avoid corruption. 2, business model. 3, have everything set in place to host the investor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that intervention and very, very practical examples. I got intrigued when you said 40% of your budget as a Minister of Industry goes into infrastructure development. And then I was wondering, we have a Ministry of Infrastructure, and how does this work?
This is great. They're having a master plan. They're good. They're drafting ports, they're drafting roads, but they don't have specific investment to provide electricity to a plant, to a battery plant, or to a gigafactory I have. So if I ask them to put them in their budget, they tell me, okay, next year you will have it. But I don't have time to wait until next year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to I think I want to go first to assets before I come to Badea because of the investment question. And so from the perspective of ASSET, Africa Center for Economic Transformation, what are the critical policy and institutional reforms that are needed to enhance the effectiveness of special economic zones as catalysts for regional value chain development under the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you to the EAC for the invitation to ASSET. Before I talk about my policies, I just want to put it in context. Yesterday, we heard from Vice President Osinbajo the importance of leadership to drive the continental free trade agenda for it to be successful. And he also talked about the importance of investments. And we've heard also the costs of the importance of investment in special economic zones. But the other thing I wanted to add was intentionality. And Minister just alluded to that when he talked about his experience in Morocco. You need to be intentional in investing in SEZs and stick to it if it is to be successful. You can't suddenly say that there's been a change in administration or there's been a change in policy. Investors don't understand that. So what I want to do is that given that and given the ambition to build regional value chains and drive industrialization on the continent, I'd like to propose three things. The first one is connected special economic zones. We are 54 countries, and honestly, as the Vice President said yesterday, only 5 of them can drive industrialization and development of this continent because of their size. So whenever we think of how we are building regional value chains, we must think about our connectivity as countries, which means that we must fast track custom clearance. We must implement a regional single window system, and we must harmonize rules of origins. We must take advantage of digital trade platforms and fintech to enhance efficiency and transparency of how these SEZs work. So that's policy number 1, connectivity. Number 2 is coordination. And coordination is important because it's expensive to do this business. And, you know, the small countries in particular will struggle to drive this agenda. So we need to think about establishing an African SEZ Coordination Council, which brings together how, you know, SEZs around the different regional economic committees, so SADC, COMESA, ECOWAS, and really look at how it can support these processes to attract public-private partnerships to drive investment. So that's the second recommendation. And we saw a bit of that happening with the Zambia and DRC example that you referenced in your paper, Stephen. You know, the fact that they're working with Afri-Exim and the ECA to really target an SEZ around an industry is very important. And then the third thing is climate smart SEZs. We have a real opportunity as a continent to take advantage of climate, renewable financing, to really take advantage of circular economy models, to take advantage of ESG compliance. We could be a step ahead of ESG if we think about how we make our SEZs really climate smart at this stage and start to think around SEZs for green industrialization rather than just SEZs for its sake. And then finally, and I'm not saying this because I come from a think tank, I think this is really important, and it was alluded to in the room yesterday. We need to have a robust policy on research and data on the effectiveness of these zones and the effectiveness of regional value chains, and how we are using this to generate jobs and create industries. Yesterday, a couple of the representatives in the room alluded to losses from the Continental Free Trade Area. There will be short-term losses, but there'll be long-term gains. And there isn't enough analysis being done to help countries think through the short-term losses and what the potential long-term gains are and how you can offset those losses. Now, because the minister was very specific in his example, I just want to give a very brief example around textiles and apparel in SADC, okay? Currently, SADC produces 1.1 metric tons of cotton annually. Only 30% of this cotton is processed in this region, okay? We are fast becoming an exporter of textiles and apparel to Europe and North America, but we import the bulk of the finished product to then cut and send it overseas. Yet we grow the cotton here, then we ship it somewhere for them to process it, and then for us to stitch and package for Europe. That's number one. Two, we are the largest dumping ground for secondhand clothes. So after we've shipped it, when countries are fed up with it, they send it back to us. There's so much technology now to strip out a lot of the fabric from secondhand clothes in circular economy and collect a premium price on it. We talk about needing more money. We can collect a premium price on it. So the question is, how can SADC work together around special economic zones to become a real hub for textiles and apparel? How can they build that? How can they create tax incentives, not just for foreign direct investment, but for local producers? How can they be intentional in identifying small and medium enterprises in that value chain? How can they take advantage of climate smart opportunities through ESGs to ensure that we get a higher return on what we are exporting overseas? And how can they put in these SEZs desperately needed training centers to train our young people? We spend far too much time trying to find a bridge between universities, etc. We can actually have on-the-job training for our young people, because none of us in this room graduated from university experts. We learned our skills on the job, and SEZs offer an opportunity for real training ground. Work through technology transfer, share technology across the region. And after you've done all of that, West Africa will come and borrow the model and replicate it. Thank you.
Great. Also very, very interesting intervention. I was actually going to say on the coordination and the coming back to this battery value chain. I think Morocco and Zimbabwe are also seeing how to integrate on this DRC Zambia battery value chain. And on the textiles question, as you were speaking about it, I was looking at our AFCFTA colleagues. I can see Halima at the back there. Sorry? Yeah, there is actually someone from the AFCFTA Secretariat here, knowing that the question you raised about about this second-hand clothes, and also the question about single transformation, double transformation on the rules of origin. Yet all that can actually happen within the continent are some of the issues that are actually holding back the conclusion of the rules of origin under the AFCFTA. But anyway, let's talk about the financing, because Morocco, it looks like you're able to talk to the Minister for Finance and gives you the 40%. But we need these partnerships, strong partnerships. And the question to you...
I make good business models too.
Great. Yeah, it has to be bankable. Yeah, so great. So Dr. Fatima, so many Arab countries have successively leveraged special economic zones to attract investment, also enhance industrial competitiveness, and integrate into the global value chains. All of us know about this, especially when you travel to some of the, like to the UAE, you see this. So given Badea's experience in both Africa and the Arab world, what key lessons from successful special economic zones in the Arab region can inform its approach to financing and strengthening the African special economic zones for higher value industrialization and regional trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And it's a great pleasure to speak after His Excellency, who has his finger on the pulse, I should say, in terms of driving the special economic zones, and also Mavis with the deep policy insight. I think diving into Badia's 50 years of journey in Africa, trying to act as a prosperity bridge between the two regions, and that's the whole motive where the vision is still valid. We realize that it's not only about financial flow, and there is a huge room for lesson learned and knowledge. And I think when it comes to special economic zones in the Arab region, we realized that it was a particular motive. There was a determination. Unlike Africa, many of the Arab countries that moved towards industrialization were not blessed with the opportunities in terms of agricultural productivity, water resources, and the natural resources that the continent has. So there was a deliberate move that, okay, let's look at industrialization, let's drive that. And I think that's the first entry point. So determination and the vision, as mentioned by His Excellency. I think the second side of it is where we sit in the global value chain. And I think that was the outward looking from the Arab region, looking at how they will identify future opportunities where they remain part of the global value chain, not only to tap into the value chain, but you are there to evolve and you are there to create and instigate additional demand. Following that, there was a massive and heavy investment in infrastructure. And when I say massive and heavy investment in infrastructure, it came as a first priority. So ports, airports, land, roads connectivity, and also the power generation for making sure that these zones are existing. If you look at it, some of the GCC countries, for example, and they had in the early 90s what is categorized as a third industrial capacity. So there was a huge period where they managed to transform the revenue from the oil into a real industrialization. And I think that's where I would say the ministers of finance catalytic role comes in by actually shaping the domestic policy towards investing in a productive sector that can generate revenue. One clear issue that was taken into consideration, and I'll come to reflect back on how this can be reflected into the Arab region and what can MDPs such as us in Baradia can help. One key area that they wanted to make sure that they don't I wouldn't say necessarily compete, because you will need to remain competitive within the global markets, but they wanted to make sure that there is compatibility and complementarity. So you don't have a similarity in productivity. One clear area, they looked east when it comes to standardization and quality measurement. And I think the Asian tigers are actually a good lesson. I had the opportunity of serving for some time in Asia and looking at what the Arab region transferred in terms of quality measurement and standardization of production and technologies from the eastern side had helped the Arab region to remain in the market. But I think one critical area that remains to be viable for the whole region is the fact that the region is heavily connected. Even sometimes when I try to fly in Africa, I need to go back to one of the countries in the Arab region and come out. And with me will be a plane full of fruits and vegetables. And I think Hanan had mentioned that in the preliminary meeting, that some of the fruits goes to the east, to the Arab region, get repacked and reshipped into the continent. So I think there is a huge opportunity in terms of the mega trade analysis for the continent. Now, reflecting back in what can Africa do, I think there is a good motive and a good interest. And I think specialized economic zones, or whether they are free or not completely free, industrial zones, they are very popular because they bring an opportunity for transforming skills, an opportunity of changing livelihoods. And I think that's why the whole arena of industrialization came. We realized that the opportunities that come with SMEs and job creation is there, But then there is a need for manufacturing remain to be the main source of employment and jobs in the highest density population, which is the Asian region. So if you look at them, the level of unemployment is still manageable in all of these countries, but because they have opportunities in terms of the industrial sector. I think with that, the African continent has crossed in terms of the motive. So the motive is there. Now creating the comparative advantage is where we have partnered with the ECA. And the concrete example that you've mentioned, Stephen, in terms of the battery value chain and the renewable energy is a very real concrete example. The biggest challenge is actually how we can create a policy framework that makes this feasibility study into a real manufacturing, and which country will be ready to invest in terms of the infrastructure, given the fact that we also realize that there is, I would say, physical space constraints in many of the countries. But there is also an issue of prioritization. Industrialization and trade and promotion competes with basic services in our continent. And I think that's a reality we face, but I think it's not something that we should shy away, because it's also one way to transform the basic services. One area that gives a great opportunity to Africa vis-a-vis Asia or the Arab world or any region, including Europe, that we see a shift in terms of the industrialization from, is the opportunity that we have in terms of tapping into digital technologies and the opportunity of building clean. So one of the things that, and I think I would want to take this opportunity to also congratulate Morocco for their massive jump in terms of renewable energy opportunities. I think the continent has this opportunity when it comes to this specialized zone. If we go towards real digital economies and digital transformation and knowledge transfer, we will help shifting the skills and the labor force in a quicker approach. The Arab region did not have the skills and labor force, and in fact, a lot of them come from Asia and Africa, and they are operating there. So transferring that back into the continent is another opportunity, because you're doing I would say, the labor force matching and the capability transfer. In terms of the banking sector, we realized that as Badia, we needed to do more when it comes to infrastructure investment, particularly when it's a productive infrastructure and not only an infrastructure for delivering some services to the country. And in fact, realizing that the normal public sector loans will not serve that, we had embarking on our new journey of the 5-year plan, which is the 9th generation for the bank. We just got approval of 18.3 billion to be invested in the continent over the next 5 years, trying to match the jump. But we are also the forefront of the Arab Coordination Group pledge that was launched in the summit of the Arab Africa Economic Summit that was hosted in Riyadh, of 50 billion from the Arab region towards Africa. So we said, okay, our normal business window will not work. If you go through a public loan to make the zone or to build it, it won't work. So we created a special window for public-private partnership. It can be implemented by private companies as long as there is some kind of a sovereign backup for these, and that will also help. And we're also hoping with our upgraded rating as the second highest rated bank in the continent, together with our leveraging capacity. And I think that's one thing that we're very proud about in Badia, how we helped capitalizing the MDBs in the continent over the past year, which helped into improving their classification and rating and automatically enhance the amount of financing that they're able to mobilize, but the rate of financing that they're mobilizing. One area that I'll stop here and I'll leave it to you, Stephen, if you want to ask any additional question, is the opportunities of working with the banks that are financing SMEs in the continent. And these are the hosts. These are the actually guests in these zones. So some of these zones, and I mean larger size of SMEs, not the SMEs by the micro definition. So the global definition of SMEs or the startups, and they have an big issue in terms of financing. One of the critical areas that we operate in as Badia is the opportunities we give with the special development finance line that we give to development banks or SME financing banks across the continent, to look at opportunities of channeling funds to them at a decent cost, and automatically they will be hosted in these zones with a lower cost of productivity. I hope I wasn't too long at your time.
No, I think, Latima, you have given us some very practical things for the ministers here, both for trade, industry, finance, I like the idea of the special window for public-private partnerships, because maybe pursuing the public sovereign, is it the sovereign they call it?
It's to soften the terms of the loan, I would say.
Yeah.
That's why you need the sovereign backing, and also to maintain the bank rating, I would say. But it's not necessarily, it gives a time span, faster time span. And normal public loans are taking longer. I think this is more private driven. So responding to what His Excellency said, I cannot wait 1 year to have the electricity supplied, but in that sense.
So there you have it. And I also like the idea that Badia is also working to capitalize African MDBs, and also working specifically with the commercial banks so that they can have access to give financing to the SMEs, which of course need to be part of the special economic zones that are going to be formed. So now at this point, I am going to open the floor, because I do actually know some member states here that are actually big on special economic zones, and maybe you have questions or comments or something to share, and maybe also any other person who may want to intervene on this particular topic. So I give the floor to Togo.
Then you have to give them approval.
Okay.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the Honourable Minister.
Réagir sur le cas.
I would like to speak to the special economic zones. Let me start off by saying that AFCFTA offers economic and trade advantages that are evident. It's been demonstrated, and several studies have proven this. My second point is that although they offer gains, these free trade areas remain under some form of surveillance regime. And if they don't function properly, the expected advantages may not appear. Now, despite the various protocols for conflict settlement, or opportunities to signal anomalies in the electronic portals, these free trade areas are sensitive areas. When I say sensitive, if we add the regime, I've spoken about the sensitivity. When you look at the other commercial arrangements, other special trade arrangements that are out there, you realize that advantages are granted from a tax perspective, and all this makes things even more complicated within the AFCFTA. If you have agreements, well, there was an agreement on SEZ adopted in Gaborone in 2024 within the framework of the AFCFTA. So it's not for us to go back on agreements that have already been adopted by ministers. A consensus was arrived at. But I would like to point out that when we talk about exports, we're talking, let's start at the country level. The goods are going to leave the customs area of that particular country. When we find ourselves under an AFCFTA regime, then we are progressing towards a continental market and free trade. Then when we talk about an export, we should be talking about exporting to a market that is outside of the AFCFTA. Just imagine you have an industry located in country A, benefiting from all the tax and economic advantages. It's not authorized to go to sell beyond 20 or 30%, depending on the products. this industry is going towards another country outside of AFCFTA, and the exported goods must come under the tax as if the tax regime that would apply as if it had been outside of the FCFTA zone. Now, without exemptions, we fear that when customs officers of a given country want to examine these products, they're going to look at the reaction of the exporting country. And it's not to the advantage of the FCFTA zone. So what we'd like to say is that we have to be very particular, have a body that is dedicated to exports. Let us monitor these exports that are coming from these special trade areas, these areas that come under special trade agreements, because to my mind, it makes it even more difficult for burgeoning markets. Thank you.
I think the issue was very, very clear, and we may come back to it. I don't know whether my panel can do that, but basically you were talking about my panel can do everything. Yes, because the regulations on the special economic zones from the Council of Ministers, you're part of the, okay, great. So we have actually a long list. So I give the floor now to Cape Verde.
This one is there. Yes.
Cameroon, Desiree. Yeah, Cameroon.
Thank you. I was actually noting that Cape Verde is my neighbor and they're absent. Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the invitation to speak. Honorable Chair, I think you and all the panelists, you have just been exceptional. The way I feel, if I came here just for this, then I would have made my stay worthy of it. Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, when I listened to you share the experience of Morocco, I was like, this is a real masterclass. Even though that was brief, it was to the point, it was very poignant. I asked the floor to be very brief. A question for you, Chair. How do you coordinate the 19 special economic zones in Morocco? Do you have an agency dedicated to that, or you do it from the ministry? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cameroon. I now give the floor to Sudan, South Sudan.
Thank you, Chair. I will be straight to the point on my, but first I want to commend the Chair of Peru from Morocco. We congratulate them for their being elected into Chair the Bureau. I was listening attentively to the presentation from the Honorable Minister from Morocco, His Excellency, the Minister of Industry. And what comes to my mind from the stand of South Sudan is how expensive the special economic zones are in terms of infrastructure. And throughout the last week, and because I participated in the committee of experts, the issues of infrastructure has been a big issue that has been discussed, because the country in terms of the continent in terms of infrastructure is behind. But when we come to, like, our country is very young, and in terms of infrastructure, we are very low in all the categories of infrastructure. So I was having a question, what, in terms of the experience of Morocco and other countries, what will be the low-hanging fruit for the countries like South Sudan that they can start, especially when we look into agriculture? We make agriculture as a priority in our country, Of course, everything is a priority for us. But when we look at the priorities, the question of food security become a big issue. And we look into it that agriculture can be a special zone. Can it be good also when it is rolled down into agriculture special zone? Can it be a low-hanging fruit for the country like South Sudan? And do we have any suggestion on some of the areas in the special zone where South Sudan can participate? Because the level of infrastructure is very low in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, South Sudan. And now I'll give the floor to Sudan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the panelists for the valuable information provided about the exclusive economic zones or special economic zones. Do you have in Morocco a special legal framework? Are they the same as those of investment, or they have a special legal frameworks by themselves? Do you have an experience with regard to the private sector, with regard to these special economic zones? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudan. Very practical question. So, and now I give the floor to Madagascar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to congratulate first the panelists for the quality of their contributions. Let me share a few things about Madagascar. Within our transformation framework and encourage investment and encourage local transformation of raw materials and stimulate regional value chains, we would like to use innovation and digital world to increase the competitiveness of our enterprises, modernize our industries, and promote regional integration. We call upon support for these special economic zones which fall within the FCFTA and the industry policies of Madagascar. I have a question for His Excellency, the Minister of Morocco. You talked about the second key success factor relates to the delegation of the management of the SEZs. So what would be now the opinion of the Moroccan government of these developers, and what would be the legal framework that would manage the relation between the developer and the Moroccan state so that it is a real key success factor? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Kenya.
So thank you very much. And allow me to also congratulate Morocco for a very good presentation. Now, quickly, just looking at the key issues that have come out of this presentation, Morocco did mention that they have 3 special economic zones that are not working. I think the key reasons surrounding why they are not working are extremely important for us to avoid such pitfalls. We are at that stage in my country where we have about 5 coming up, and I think it's important to cite or to locate them exactly where it would work, because a lot of times the decisions on where to locate them may be political, but the setup of an industry goes beyond political consideration. So I think we would be happy to learn from some of the success or failures within those that especially that did not work. Then we also need to look at our agreements with external nations. For example, when you're coming to set up a textile and apparel targeting the African market, and then you find that the countries you want to take to have other agreements that make other countries bring the same, even cheaper than you, because they have the scale advantages, then it means we may also be in a challenging situation. So if you're going through this route, I think it will be extremely useful for us to ensure that our agreements, especially regarding products that can come and outprice us, are well taken into account. Lastly is the setup of any industry will ordinarily take 20 or so years for there to be full recovery. The existence of long-term credit, especially in our African zone, is very limited. So again, there needs to be a very structured approach in terms of allowing companies to access long-term affordable credit so that we can also benefit from these special economic zones. If we don't do this, then there will be special economic zones in Africa, yes, but they will all be run and operated by outsiders. That again does not empower the continent. Then there was mention of there being a sustainable agreement even beyond governments, because if you want to set up an industry for the next 20 years, you do not want to feel that the setup is subject to changes in government from time to time. So again, there needs to be a very clear protocol that will give predictability to investors so that our markets are not perceived to be risky. But having said that, I think the early indications is that the way to go is special economic zones, and we really would want to encourage our citizens to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kenya. Now I give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the floor. I joined late, so I did not follow all the contributions from the panelists, but I had some ideas that I wanted to share with you. While reading the various documentations on special economic zones, it looks like these zones can be solutions for industrialization in Africa and also other countries in other continents such as China. But now, I would like to congratulate Morocco for these success stories. Côte d'Ivoire would like to discuss with Morocco on how to see the ways and means to be successful in SEZs. While reading the documentations on SEZs, there is a guideline on special economic zones, and ADB also analyzed special economic zones and produced the documentation. So I have read this documentation, which is very much rich. I just read it, and I think these documents would help us understand and have additional information on what is required while establishing SEZs. Senegal also had SEZs and still has projects for special economic zones, but they had some concerns regarding land tenure and economic rights of lands. And I do not know how they were able to manage these challenges. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have some experiences that are ongoing and need to be improved. There was one SEZ in the Sikasso region, in Bobo Dioulasso, in West Burkina Faso, and Korogo in the northern part of Côte d'Ivoire. So this is a project that was launched by the Prime Minister of these three countries, Mali, Côte d'Ivoire, and Burkina Faso. But this project was impacted by the geopolitical situation in that region. And it is an ongoing project, and we need to address the geopolitical context for its success. And we dreamt about the smart village in an area of biotechnology and ITC, which was launched since 2004. And this project was hampered by the geopolitical situation of Côte d'Ivoire back then, with the political and military crisis back then. So these and VT is now benefiting from additional investment. This means that the project has not been abandoned totally, so we need to find the ways and means on how to relaunch VT activities. And in our development plan, we want to create or establish special economic zones. So what we can say is that special economic zones can provide results, but we need to have stable and attractive environment. Yes, we will engage with Morocco, but to the panelists, I would like them to ask them what are the requirements if we want to establish a special economic zone in our country. Thank you.
So we are running out of time. So we, with the authority of the chair, I've closed the list of the member states. So I'm going to give the floor to Sierra Leone and then to Nigeria. Oh, Tanzania. So we close the floor with the next three member states, and then we'll give a minute each to our partners so that our panelists can respond to the questions. So I give the floor now to Nigeria, after which I'll give the floor to Tanzania, and then we've closed for the member states. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very excited to hear from the Moroccan minister, the success story. In Nigeria, before we had a semblance of the special economic zones. I think it came from the theory of industrial clusters, which the Asian tigers had used in the 80s and the 90s. But our experience with the special economic zones have not been, it's been very mixed. It's not been very successful. So what we are doing now is special agricultural processing zone. And the history behind it is, it's a large country, and why can't we feed ourselves? So it is believed that, look, we can add value using agriculture as a base. And that was what informed the setting up of special agricultural processing zones. It's likened to the idea of a special economic zones. I think from the lessons, prior lessons of the initial past, that was not very successful. Now, my question is this. In this current arrangement, where we are doing special agricultural economic zones, mostly from long-term resources from the multilaterals, and this is government-driven. We had an experience of one in one of the states that is supposed to be private sector driven by Arise and Co. Honestly, what appears to be moving fast is even the government funded ones in Kano and Kaduna, if you 2 or 3 states. So my question now is, what is the missing middle? Are we missing something? That even the private one, the ones that, because from what I gathered from the Honorable Minister, he said the government delegated all state authorities to the developers. The principle behind this, my understanding, is that it is developed by the private sector. But what we have in our place is a government allocating or picking up, using public resources to establish the special economic agricultural processing zones. And in the process, some of the private sector movers decided to pick up one. But from what we have seen, even that the government owned, the public funded one is moving faster than the private one. So are we missing middle? There was the missing middle because this appears to be a game changer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nigeria, for that pertinent question. Incidentally, ECA is supporting Zambia and Zimbabwe on the Common Agro-Industrial Path, which is transboundary but dealing with agriculture. That's for the information of the participants. Now I give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I really appreciate it for insightful discussion together with the presentation that we received from the panel. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to ask, because I heard from the chair from Morocco, where they have established a good number of special economic zones. But I was trying to brainstorm and compare with Tanzania, where we had a number of special economic zones that were, in terms of location, were arranged by the government, and all the infrastructures were provided by the government in terms of transportation, because the government constructed roads, provided water, electricity, and the national fiber backbone, which is also providing network. But I know I have seen, for example, in Tanzania, those seem to be owned by the government. However, was also provided to be owned by indigenous. Now, I don't know for the case of Morocco, if all those are special economic zones, are they being owned by indigenous or foreigners? Because I have seen, for example, in Tanzania, there are other places where the government also provided some all the facilities in terms of infrastructure. But now, when foreigners come, the government want them to contribute something. As under the Tanzania Investment Center, once they have been registered as a foreigner, if they are given a piece of land which has already been established, we are expecting sometimes to correct maybe taxes in order to reimburse even cost of construction. Now, I don't know, how do you strike a balance between huge investments that are being provided by the government vis-a-vis the taxes? Because when some of the investors come, they always apply for incentives. They need exemptions in almost everything. Now, in a country like Tanzania, where maybe this private sector is not robust, you'll find those small and medium enterprises are the ones who are applying in order to put in place a number of, maybe to operationalize those special economic zones, and they are not paying much taxes. Now, I wanted also to get more information from the panelists. How do you strike a balance between investment cost and the return to the government, so that can also use a part of the taxes to continue constructing infrastructure and hand over those special economic zones to other maybe citizens or indigenous of the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much, Tanzania. The question is very clear. So let's give the floor now, and this is the last member state, DRC. We cited your case, so maybe that's why you wanted to take the floor and share the experience also. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving us the floor, Chair. I would like to congratulate the previous speakers and share very quickly the experience of DRC. But before that, let me remind the ministers here that in 2022, the summit of Niamey decided that 10% of the budget should be allocated to industrial development. So I'd like to remind you, all ministers, that whenever we develop our budgets, we should consider that our heads of state decided in Niamey to allocate 10% of our budget to industrial development. That is why DRC is currently developing special economic zones. At the beginning, we faced challenges because the advantages related to investors coming to the area was enshrined in a decree of a prime minister, and this did not reassure investors. So we were forced to develop a law, rather, instead of a decree of a prime minister. So I wanted to share my experience with other colleagues, so that whenever you want to develop a special economic zone, you should rather forecast or provide the advantages in a law rather than a decree of a president or a prime minister. This reassures investors. But currently, we developed four special economic zones. The two are found in Kinshasa. Currently, we are producing construction materials. More than 18 million square meters of land has been provided for these SEZ. The second SEZ would be transforming timber. 80% of the timber would be transformed before it is being exported, similarly to Gabon, what is doing Gabon. The third SEZ would deal on developing electric battery value chain. This is in Katanga. Here we are announcing that we benefited from the UNECA, which supported us financing the feasibility study and Afrexim Bank. So we want to work with all African countries and the world markets. By 2035, Europe would stop combustion engine vehicles. So we would have a market of more than $7 trillion, and DRC is well positioned with Zambia, and we should benefit from this huge special economic zone, which would help us transform our lithium, cobalt, manganese, and increase the GDP of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DRC, for sharing that experience. So let me give 1 minute or 1.5 minutes a maximum to our partners, starting with number 144, that's OECD Development Center.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, dear Stephen, and thank you to ECA for having the OECD Development Center in this important meeting. I'm particularly happy to see this panel and this topic. As you all know, from the OECD Development Center, we have been partnering with ECA and with Stephen and his team in more than a decade so far to really look at how to mobilize international partnerships to sustain the continental ambition of an industrialized Africa and an Africa better integrated in the continent, but also better integrated into the world. I'm particularly happy to see Minister Mazur in the panel because we had a similar version of this panel back in Niamey at the AUC Industrialization Summit together with ECA, Africa Bank, and the Africa Union Commission. And I think, Stephen, you asked the question how to make the SEZs work, and I think the work you're leading with the partner countries in ECA is really what is needed to make them work. I think you're phrasing them in terms of next generation of special economic zones. And in the continent so far, I really share what Mavis and Fatima shared in terms of the vision. I think, the objective must be very clear. And this is part of what we had discussed. ECA kindly hosted a global policy dialogue that we run in the OECD together with ECA and other UN organization here back in November last year. We had a full day to really do a deep dive on the special economic zones and their new generation. I feel that when you look at the history, why special economic zones haven't worked, sometimes it's that because they were conceived as a way to actually get rid of everything that was not there to make industrialization possible. So you don't have infrastructure, you don't have electricity, you don't have private sector investment, you create a bubble for this to happen. Now I think what the visions of the continental vision, but also each of the member states, and you spoke now, you're putting forward a very clear objective. The objective is to industrialize, create local value addition, participate better in the global economy. And so this is why they're going to work, because you're shifting from an objective to a tool. In 2 seconds, Stephen, what I want to say is that I shared the point on coordination. I want to add one layer. It is not about only coordinating all the different policies that are needed. You mentioned them all: infrastructure, electricity, skills, innovation, startups, the renewable energy issue, is also about how do you make the special economic zones revealers of development needs that are beyond the production in the national planning process. That's the next step, because then you can transform investment for production in innovation and trade into real development drivers with outcomes of the people. So that would be my call for in going forward. It is even more than making them work for industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annalisa. And now I give the floor to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Thank you, Stephen. I joined the delegation of Madagascar in questioning the issue of delegation. Conference Chair, you mentioned that in Morocco, you delegate all state authorities to the zone developers. So the question is, what happens then when the zone developers violate rules, regulations, or laws? Who are they accountable to? Second question, also similar to the delegation from Tanzania, is the issue of inclusivity. We talked about financing, we talked about sustainability, but I wonder how we can actually use special economic zone and new generation special economic zones and making sure that they actually are leveraged in order to develop domestic, but also African private sector. And I don't mean just in terms of access finance, I mean in terms of enhancing their competitiveness, and I mean in terms of promoting a knowledge transfer from the large multinational companies to these MSMEs, particularly those led or owned by women and youth. Finally, I agree with Mavis also on the issue of coordination. I was just wondering where we place IEZO, so the African Economic Zone Organization, in this context. And lastly, on the point on research and data, yes, absolutely. I think that there are fewer analysis really on the benefits or effectiveness of SEZ, particularly on the cost benefits of tax incentives and exemptions that are basically handed out over to.
I will take my position as a chair. We are over time. Yeah. Please do not use more than 1 minute for your intervention.
Over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 more partners in the list. So 1 minute each, please. And so we give the floor now to École Nationale du Commerce.
Bonjour.
Good morning. Nabil, professor in Morocco. You can understand that I am very much proud of the presentation of my minister and the achievements of my country in this area. The minister presented the success factors, but we also have other indirect factors, such as related to governance. I live in Tangiers, so we have the transformative effect of these SEZs. In the university, we were forced to adopt training to the request of the enterprises a few kilometers away from the universities. When I was in Marrakesh and others, our studies carried out the internship in banks and elsewhere. But now they have the opportunity to make the internship in these SEZs. So they have the opportunity to take ownership of the management procedures, international management procedures. So these are international skills that they are acquiring in these SEZs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So the last 2, this is PYU, followed by UNIDO. Again, 1 minute each.
Good morning. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the panel for the high quality of the interventions. So we are from the Pan-African Youth Union, and my question is for Dr. Fatima from Badea. So I'm going to tackle it from a youth perspective. So regarding the startups and SMEs, so we definitely in Africa are facing a big problem when it comes to the financing for the startups. Literally, like in the PYU, we are organizing an Africa Startup Summit next month, inshallah, in Morocco. So we are definitely calling for the collaboration for Badea. So my question is, what are the different financing mechanisms that will support the startup in order to go from different stages? Because mainly the startups are always facing problems in the first two stages because of the financing, of the investments, the crowdfunding, etc. So this is my question, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that clear question. So, Victor from UNIDO, you have exactly 1 minute.
Thank you very much. It's a big challenge. Victor Jemba, I'm the chief of Regional Bureau UNIDO, and congratulations to ECA for setting up such a high-level panel, very insightful, and also for the conversation with the member state. We are being collaborating in partnership with more or less all of you, ESO, ECA, OECD, and the others. Just highlight 4 points quickly, probably in complement or in addition to what has been said. The first one, the special economic zone is a legal status, we know, that we give to industrial agglomeration, others kind of park, etc. So we are more or less discussing here about industrial parks with the status of special economic zone. That should be as an element of the overall economic development of the country. That is one. The second one is the role of the involvement of the leadership. The leadership at the highest level should not only be involved at the definition of the strategy or the vision, but the importance, involvement at the implementation, more or less at a regular basis, I think is very important. The third one is
Noted
the
one. Thank
involvement
you
of
very much. We
all
should
the
move on.
actors.
Thank you.
And also the SPV. Thank you.
Okay, so now I come back to my panel. So, Minister, you had quite a number of questions to you, and I think they are very pertinent. And then after that, we'll give 2 minutes maximum to the. Okay, great. 2 minutes. Mavis?
You go first because you had the live chair.
You see, now I'm losing my chair, my moderation. So we go first to Mavis and then to Fatima. Yeah, thanks.
So thank you. I'd like to say thank you very much for all the interventions and the questions thus far. My first point is, at Asset, we fundamentally believe that most of the answers to our problems on this continent are on this continent. And listening to the number of questions that you had, Honorable Minister, it's a sign of we can fix this ourselves. So that is point number one that I'm taking away from this. Point number two is really around the intentionality. So I think the Honorable Minister from Kenya asked around the apparels and the agreements that have already been made. I agree with you. I think if we are going to build regional value chains, that one, serve our continent first, and second, we export, we've got to understand what is already in existence that we need to navigate. We also have to understand what it is around the AFCFTA and link to that the WTO agreements as well that countries are having to navigate right now. It's not a straightforward process. It's a complex process that is going to require a great deal of analysis and research. But my point is, everybody is looking at our market, and we are importing far too much. So how do we start by looking at how we produce for our own, and through these SEZs or through specializations, really compete with the rest of the world? So that for me is the fundamental point. And Stephen, I know you are saying the last thing. The third thing we need to think about is, in the current geopolitical environment, okay, it's been made very clear, survival of the fittest. Where is Africa's survival? And for me, it's not about African countries going solo. Our strength lies in that connectivity and that collaboration on how we industrialize.
Thank you so much, Mavis. Fatima?
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephen, and very interesting interventions. Indeed, I think main token from this one is that Africa is ready for the next gen special economic zones, and I think we've had the foundation. So now the transformation is to happen, and that calls upon a lot of lesson learned and exchange, and that's where ECA can actually bring a huge leverage in terms of the opportunities. Just to respond to some of the opportunities in terms of financing, I think the infrastructure remains critical, but equally it has to be viable so that it doesn't end up with a burden on the country. So it should be an occupied special economic zone where it's productive and contributing to the overall economy in the country, but also to the mega trade opportunity that the continent is putting up front, which should, in an ideal scenario, is not only a free trade opportunity within the continent, but also to tap into the global value chains, which where we are still somehow eliminated from that apart from few countries that are exception. Particularly on the question from the BYU, while we generated the special window in this new lending program for the private sector that is doing major infrastructure projects, we made sure that we have, for the first time in the bank, an opportunity for startup, because we realized that this is the way that we transform the continent in terms of ability for science and innovation, and a new generation for the continent. And I'll stop here and give the lion's share to His Excellency. There were a lot of demand on your knowledge.
Okay. We'll try to summarize because we are running out of time. First of all, who came? How did you do that? It was not state investment. Absolutely not. Our special economic zones were supposed and designed to be private investments. But we had to find the investors. So the first investor in this special economic zone was the Tangier-Med Port Authority. Tangier-Med, as you know, is one of the most important ports of the world, the first port in Africa and in the Mediterranean Sea, transporting more or less 10 million equivalent 20 feet containers. So it's amazing port. Third best performing port in the world, and they needed to have logistic zones behind. They needed to have industrial zones for the people. So they decided to invest first. And this is how the relationship started with this port, and seeing what do we delegate to this port. And this was the main question about delegation. What do we delegate? What do we get back? What happens if they fail or they mishandle this delegation or they misuse this delegation? This is how we learn. So we made a special law for these special economic zones, completely separated from other industry zones law and completely separated from investment support law. It was a dedicated, specific law for these zones, saying that they have a specific status, and this is how we're going to allocate this zone, this is how they're going to be managed, and this is who's ruling, and this is how we take them back, or we take back the delegation when we want to take it back, because at the end of the day, it's the delegation of authority, and you can get back your delegation at any time. So second, the business model, investing, losing money, etc. That's why the business model is important. So when we negotiate with a developer, and when we negotiate about a special economic zone or any industrial zones, we want to see the business model first. We build the pre-feasibility study, like Minister of DRC said, or whatever. So we build a real business model study, and then we decide, okay, this zone is going to be attractive, is going to be full at 80 or 90% when the price is at this level. And this is the elasticity. This is what it will cost to develop a zone with the right services. This is what the profit is for the developer, because the developer has to be also profitable. And this is what the infrastructure should be, and what part of the infrastructure we should have inside the zone, which is at the cost of the developer, and outside the zone to make it successful, which is at the cost of the state and the government. And then we make our business plan and our contribution. And if we're not able to reach the target price to sell this piece of land, so we are not good. We're not good enough, and we work and rework and we renegotiate until we find an optimum. And this is where the risk is taken. The state is taking the risk in supporting and giving subsidies to reach the price sometimes. Sometimes you don't need them because they're always, like they say, asking for subsidies. But if you go to the books and if you go to calculate, you say, okay, let's open, you have 7% return on investment guaranteed. Let's look at the books, and you don't need anything. Second part of the questions, what are the low-hanging fruits? Do we have to be specific in agriculture or start with any other sector? Or, well, the low-hanging fruit is for a special zone is to be the closest possible from an infrastructure and the closest possible from a place where workers are or potential workers are. These are the two critical factors: big infrastructure and high density of workers. But the problem is, close to these areas, lands are very expensive, and even if they are not occupied, so the zones start to be very expensive. So the lesson learned by us, while designing an infrastructure, while designing a highway exchanger, for example, do block sales on the lands around. While designing a port, while designing a highway, to block the lands, transaction on the lands. First, before going public with saying, I will build this, or I want someone to build me this, because you have a lot of speculation. And the advantages you're given by bringing this infrastructure, the competitive advantage you're bringing by installing or investing in this infrastructure, is completely taken by speculators. So block sales. This is what we do. We have a law on doing this. Last time I used it, it was for the port of Nador, the new port we are building, which inshallah will be bigger than the port of Tangier, and will be finished this year. And I blocked 12,000 hectares. 12,000 hectares to block on any transaction on it until we see what we're gonna do with this land. Because we had the experience in Tangier. We had a bad experience in Tangier where a lot of people started to speculate, and the cost of the land was higher. Just to finish, there is no reimbursement to expect. I heard about reimbursing cost of construction or reimbursing anything. The best way to fail is to think directly about this project, what will be the return of investment. The only return of investment you will have are jobs and development.
And with that, I would like to thank my panel, and I would like to ask you to give them a round of applause. And I hand back the floor to the chair.
Warm applause to Stephen. Hey, Stephen, you led the panel with like a master. Thank you. Is my master of ceremony back? Hey, what are we doing next?
I've been back, Chair. I did what you'd like to do now and get a cup of coffee. So, distinguished guests, please, we're breaking for coffee, half an hour, and we'll resume then. Thank you very much. And thank you to the panel. Thank you very much to Riyad Mezur, Fatima El Sheikh, Mavis Owusu-Jame, and our partners as well. See you in half an hour.
Merci de reprendre votre place. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Thank you to take your seats. We are starting back.
Well, I'd like to thank you for regaining your seats as we are about to proceed. Thank you.
Master of ceremony. Oh, you. The rapporteur is asked on the floor. Zimbabwe.
I think we are.
Honorable ministers, governors, guests, please may I request that we reconvene. I know that some of our colleagues are still outside, just listening and participating in the last few minutes of the knowledge fair. I respect that. However, if we could just ask the ushers to please help us get our delegates back into the room so that we can continue with an important administrative and statutory part of today's agenda. It's really important that we get the next session done and dusted, and we need as many of you in the room as possible because we need a quorum. So please, can the ushers help us get our honorable ministers and governors into the room so that we can begin the next session, which is statutory and administrative, and we need as many of you honorable ministers in the room as possible so that we have the right quorum and numbers. Thank you. Again, let me please implore on all our honorable ministers and governors, if we can please make it back into the auditorium, and if the ushers could help us get as many of our delegates into the room as possible. The next segment of the agenda does require that we have the right numbers for a quorum. This is where you really make your voices heard. So please may we ask that our ministers could come back into the room so that we can begin a really important statutory administrative part of the agenda for today. As we're waiting, perhaps it's a good time for me to let you know and request that on your seats are these forms. They are titled Conference of Ministers 2025 Evaluation, COM 2025 Evaluation. If you read it, you will see that we are requesting that you would log onto the website using the QR code that you can just screenshot using your camera and then fill in the form. It will take less than 5 minutes and tell us whether or not you have enjoyed the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers and some of the editorial topics that have been presented to you, as well as the exhibition and the knowledge exhibition outside, and also the engagements that have allowed you to interact with your peers and counterparts from the rest of the continent. And then in that way, we know how to curate a Conference of Ministers that really speaks to your interests. And whether or not you do agree that the topic for this year, which is how to really galvanize and give impetus to the African continental free trade area through policy investments in infrastructure, digitalization of payment systems and interoperability, and also really linking up special economic zones or value chains through special economic zones is the sort of thing that will breathe life into the AfCFTA and create the Africa we want. As you know, what the ECA does is generate a lot of the knowledge bank that the multilateral organizations working towards African development utilize. And so with the data presented to you, do you think it helps to shape policy at individual sovereign level and also at regional level, and then of course at AU level, and as well the partnerships with the private sector. So if you agree that this has been a well-curated forum, please just fill out the evaluation and let us know where we can improve and what we must continue doing correctly. Can I get some guidance? We have quorum? We absolutely have quorum. Thank you so much to all of you who are here with us at this juncture. So without further ado, I'd now like to defer to the Bureau Chair and the rapporteurs and the Executive Secretary as we look at agenda item number 5, the adoption of conference recommendations and resolutions. Over to you, Honourable Mazur.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and welcome back. So, under this agenda item, we're considering the recommendations emanating from the meeting of the Committee of Experts, which we are thanking very much for the great job they've done. And we'll be examining the draft resolution before us for adoption. I should first like to draw your attention to the transmittal note document ECA CM 57.5, by which the Secretariat transmits to your Excellencies the report of the Committee of Experts, which itself is set out in document ECA COE 4321 for your consideration of the recommendation and draft resolutions that it contains. The document is available through the Paper Smart portal. I will now call upon Zimbabwe as rapporteur of the Committee of Experts to take us through the recommendations of the committee. Your Excellency, you have the floor. He doesn't have the document.
Mr.
Okay. Mr. Rumbe. He doesn't have the document, it says.
I have.
You have. Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Executive Secretary of UNECA and Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe, senior officers of UNECA. I want to assume that honorable ministers have been briefed by their experts, and we hope that we can swiftly go through the report and the various recommendations. So I will start on our report, Chairman. On the election of the Bureau, I don't think there's anything for adoption that was confirmed by your meeting, so that is taken as done. If you move to the report itself on overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa, recommendations are on paragraph C, starting from paragraph 19, and we have recommendations based on A and B. A refers to the expectations from ECA members, and then B refers to what the ECA is expected to focus on. With regard to this deliberation in the paper, the major policy recommendations are as follows, Honorable Ministers. The critical one, I think the one which relates to widen the tax base by formalizing the informal sector, enhance credit access to credit and targeted support, invest in infrastructure and diversify economies with a view to boosting employment and competitiveness and productivity. I think this is one of the key recommendations coming from that. And then the other one, which I'll pick on again, is number 2, which focuses on DRM, domestic resource mobilization, enhance tax revenues by strengthening tax administration and leveraging digital technologies. I think these are the 2 core components of the recommendations. There are other recommendations which I hope you have looked at. And then the B part, in terms of ECA, I think there are 2 critical issues there in terms of the recommendation. I think the first one, support its members in devising mechanism to incentivize the private sector to play a significant role in the implementation of the agreement by raising awareness and enhancing capacity and improving access to finance and foreign direct investment. We thought that is a very critical recommendation for ECA. And then the second one, which is of critical importance, support its members in reducing their high dependence on debt and their exposure to its associated risks by enhancing debt governance, combating illicit financial flows. I think this one came out very clearly, the issue of illicit financial flows, combating illicit financial flows, and formalizing the informal sector in order to enhance job creation and entrepreneurship. So these are the two major ones I've picked. I'll move on to Chair, if you allow me, to the second consideration, which is assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. If you're referring to the document, that's paragraph 22. And again, I'll focus on the key recommendations for member countries. The first one, again, is accelerate the implementation of the agreement and the action plan for boosting intra-African trade. And then the second one, which is of importance, again, is expedite the ratification of the protocols to the agreement on investment, intellectual property rights, digital trade, and women and youth in trade. Then the other one, which was very important, which came out clearly, was increase investment in infrastructure, including through the program for infrastructure development in Africa. Those were the key ones. As I mentioned, I'll be picking the key recommendations. And then the B part on the ECA, the first one, which came out clearly, support its members and regional economic communities in implementing national and regional strategies on the agreement. And then again, the second important one was support the promotion of public-private partnerships, enhance management tools, and strengthen national capacity to develop bankable infrastructure projects. The third issue, Chairman, Honorable Ministers, was the presentation on the theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission of Africa, and the recommendations are contained on paragraph 20, section C, paragraph 27. And again, the main issue was, in terms of recommendations for ECA member states, first one, accelerate the adaptation of the agreement in the context of national implementation strategies by strengthening national committees and engaging stakeholders. So the key important issue is for the member states to take their stride and start being engaged in the process. And then the second one, again, the issue of infrastructure kept coming up. Invest in trade infrastructure, including information and communications technology, cross-border transport, and the modernization of customs process. The issue of modernization of custom processes, again, came out very clearly from our experts. And then B section, ECA, provide continued technical support for the adaptation of agreement to local context and its implementation. Again, the contextualization of the agreement to national issues, I think, was critical. And then the second one, raise awareness of existing instruments, including the African Continental Free Trade Area Adjustment Fund that can be used to support the implementation of the agreement. I think the issue of funding becomes critical. And then the other one, which we thought was very critical, was strengthen financial markets through policy reforms and capacity building. The next items we dealt with, Honorable Ministers, was the statutory matters of the ECA with various reports which we looked at. And the first one was the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission of Africa from March 2024 to February 2025. And then B, report on the follow-up to the resolution of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And Honorable Ministers, the recommendations are on paragraph 31 for your reference. And for members of ECA, the critical issues in terms of recommendations were leverage and utilize technical support from ECA in such priority areas as enhancing domestic resource mobilization, including strengthening tax administration. I think, again, the issue of resource mobilization and tax administration is becoming a key issue which is coming out from the recommendation. And then secondly, prioritize investments in regional strategic infrastructure corridors, such as roads, railways, and energy projects to supplement continental infrastructure development efforts. And then B, on the part of the ECA should enhance the assistance that it provides to its member states to support the harmonization and standardization of diverse domestic resource mobilization efforts, again tapping in on their expertise as UNECA. And again, I think the issue of employing robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in order to track the progress that is being made in implementing the initiatives and providing support to its members and to determine the impact thereof. I think this was critical for us to say we need to track progress with the assistance of the UNECA. The other report in terms of the statutory issues was the C report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 10th session and follow-up activities, and the report on United Nations support for the African Union in its new Partnership for Africa's Development Program. And Honorable Ministers, Chairman, the recommendations are on paragraph 37. For member states, really the issue was in terms of we need to accelerate the implementation of recommendations contained in the outcome documents of the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, carry out transformative actions and leverage the forum and other mechanisms in order to strengthen peer-to-peer learning and south-to-south and triangular cooperation. Again, peer-to-peer learning, what can we learn amongst ourselves, south-to-south cooperation and triangular cooperation. I think these were the best practices we could learn from. And then on the ECA side, what came out clearly was that they should provide guidance and policy options aimed at raising awareness on the need for closer alignment of the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, and making concerted efforts to accelerate their joint implementation. And then the issue of statistics also came out very clearly, established an integrated statistical platform that serves as a repository for geographically disaggregated data on the progress made towards the achievement of the goals of the 2020-30 Agenda and the Agenda 2063. And then again, the other important recommendation was they should continue to provide technical assistance to its members responding to climate change, promoting the blue and green growth and transitioning to a circular economy and gaining access to sustainable finance. The next statutory report was the proposed program plan and the budget for 2026, Honorable Ministers and Chair, and the recommendations are contained in paragraph 42. And really the member states were encouraged to promote the provision of adequate resources for EACA with a view to establishing the Commission to continue the implementation of its mandate effectively and efficiently. I think our meeting acknowledged the tight liquidity situation and the cuts in budget and the availability of resources from development partners. So we are advocating that we SCA, for us, we need to support their resource mobilization efforts so that they can carry out the mandate. The second one was engage in knowledge sharing and adoption of practices to optimize the use of resources and minimize waste. Again, there we discussed extensively what the UNECA is doing in terms of rationalizing their activities, cutting expenditures, etc., to ensure productivity and value for money for the dollar. And then on the ECA side, the issues in terms of recommendations was built on the articulation of its strategic focus areas with a view to prioritizing interventions that will generate catalytic results. So we are looking at catalytic results. And then the other one, which was critical, enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of limited financial resources by incorporating the concept of productivity in its programming to ensure that value for money, accountability, and tangible results. Again, the issue of tangible results, value for money, and accountability was also emphasized during our deliberations. The next report were reports on the work of subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission of Africa. We started off with the Committee on Economic Governance, and we had the Statistical Commission for Africa, who presented the report. And honorable ministers, the recommendations of the experts, of your experts, are in paragraph 46. The issue of, again, for statistics, we are being urged to allocate adequate and sustainable funding for statistical development and advance the establishment of dedicated funding mechanisms for that purpose. Again, the issue here, our reliance on development partners or grants, again, is under threat and has been threatened already. So we are urging our ministries of finance to adequately fund our own statistical office, since it's good for us. We cannot wait for development partners to fund our critical statistical office. So we hope we can take this to heart as ministries of finance to adequately provide for our statistical offices. And then the second one was strengthen African representation and participation in global platforms and negotiations on international tax and financing for development issues. And then on the part of the ECA, the recommendations are as follows: facilitate and step up capacity building initiatives to empower countries to participate effectively in negotiations, in particular tax-related agreements. And then also in terms of the harmonization of statistics in Africa, they were urged to continue supporting us in that manner. Then the next report was the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. The recommendations are on paragraph 49. The recommendations for member states were as follows: prioritize the payment of their outstanding arrears and make their annual contributions to the budget. So I think here we are saying there should be no free lunch. We should clear our arrears and support our institution so that they can plan properly for training and capacity building, which is critical. And then on the ECA side, I think the critical issue was establish a comprehensive support program, including enhanced capacity building programs with expanded reach, policy analysis, and tailor-made solutions in order to respond to specific needs and emerging development challenges faced by members of ECA. So the critical issue for the African Institute of Economic Development and Planning Ministers is the issue of arrears. I think we need to do something about arrears so that this institution can continue functioning and providing the critical training and capacity development. And then the next one was on intergovernmental committees of senior officials. We looked at the sub-regional preparatory meetings, the presentation. The recommendations on the presentation are contained in paragraph 52. And really, our recommendations, the major ones, were facilitate, increase, and enhance the effectiveness of the participation of young people in the design and implementation of national and continental development frameworks that are aligned with global and continental agendas. And then this one was very topical, honorable ministers, the promotion of free movement of people by advancing the adoption, ratification, and implementation of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. I think this issue was discussed at length, this protocol was discussed at length, and we were urged that this is something we need to promote and also ratify And the issue really relates that you can't trade, and if there's no movement, free movement of people and goods. Again, the issue of whether it's free and the issue of government sovereignties, etc., was discussed. But I think the issue is we need efficient and effective movement of persons in our continent. And then the issue of increased investment in cross-border infrastructure, again, to facilitate the implementation of the agreement was recommended. On the part of the ECA, it was recommended that they continue their work on the impact of non-tariff barriers and provide its members with policy recommendations on overcoming the restrictions on intra-trade Africa, the issues of what is stopping intra-African trade, non-tariff barriers, and then the issue of reinforce its support to post-conflict countries to foster recovery and development through short-term and medium-term interventions. And then the issue of continue to provide technical support to its members regarding their national strategies for the implementation of the agreement. I think this is critical, and of the green supplements to complement the strategies, including through capacity building programs targeting micro, small and medium-sized enterprises led by women and young people. The next report was the report on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. We considered the Doha Program of Action for the least developed countries. The report was on progress in implementation of priority areas in Africa. And again, honorable ministers and chair, the recommendations are in paragraph 55, and the key recommendations for landlocked developing countries or least developed countries were as follows: intensify efforts to collect good quality data, including through integrated approaches that combine traditional data sources such as surveys, administrative records with new data sources. And then boost, this one was critical, boost domestic resource mobilization. Again, this transcends across all member states, whether they are landlocked or not. Boost domestic resource mobilization through innovative tax measures, including with regard to digital payments, the taxation of the informal sector, and excise duties on harmful goods, improve spending efficiency, leverage pension and sovereign wealth funds, and curb illicit financial flows. On the part of ECA, for its least developed member countries, the recommendation was promote the formulation of a unified approach to sustainable debt management through the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the Africa High-Level Working Group on the Reform of the Global Financial Architecture, and efforts to reform the Common Framework for Debt Treatments beyond the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. I think that was a critical recommendation. And then the other one for this, which was critical, was support landlocked developing countries in strengthening partnerships with transit countries to implement regional infrastructure projects and attract foreign investment. And then also the issue of support African initiatives aimed at improving connectivity and integration in Africa in order to accelerate the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then the last one we dealt with was the debt, venue and theme of the 5th session of the Economic Commission of Africa. I think this was dealt with by the substantive meeting yesterday. Mr. Chairman, I submit the report of the experts. I thank you. Thank you, honorable ministers, for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency Andrew Bumbe, for your presentation and for taking us through this session. Excellencies, I suggest we first consider the recommendations made by the committee and then in the second part, the resolutions. So first I invite the conference to consider the recommendation made in paragraph 17. No objections? Adopted. 20. Adopted. 25. Objections? No. Adopted. 29. Adopted. 34. Adopted. 39. Adopted. 43. Adopted. 46. Adopted. 49. Adopted. 52. Adopted. 56. Adopted. 60. Adopted. We went through all the recommendation. Thank you for the adoption. We'll now move to consider the draft resolutions for adoption. The draft resolutions have benefited from the review of the ad hoc drafting committee established by the Committee of Experts and comprising member states representing each sub-region. The draft resolutions have also been reviewed by our Committee of Experts in the course of their work and recommended to the conference for adoption. We have before us 5 draft resolutions and a note by the Executive Secretary on recent organizational changes. We shall proceed with the first draft resolution on a request to strengthen the capacity of the Economic Commission for Africa to fulfill its mandates and to provide its members with transformational, results-oriented policy and technical support, which is part A of the annex of the report of the Committee of Experts that we have just reviewed, together with an accompanying draft resolution for adoption by the Economic and Social Council, which is document ECA CM 57 RESL.1. Any objection? Adopted. Before, where are we now? Before we proceed with these 2 draft resolutions, I would like to call upon the Secretariat to make an oral statement about them. I invite the Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Al-Haji Marong, to deliver the oral statement. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This is the oral statement by the Secretariat in connection with the draft resolution entitled A Request to Strengthen the Capacity of the Economic Commission for Africa, Fulfill its Mandates, and to provide its members with transformational, results-oriented policy and technical support. It is contained in document number ECA/43/RES/L1.
Sorry, Alaji. This is just to clarify what we have adopted already. So we adopted this resolution. You're just explaining what the impacts are.
So yes, it is a statement. Thank you. So this statement is made in accordance with Rule 29 of the Rules of Procedure of the Economic Commission for Africa and Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure of the Economic and Social Council. The statement has also been made available to member states. A, the request contained in the resolution just adopted. Under the terms of operative paragraphs 1 and 2 of the draft resolution, the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development would, 1, request the Secretary General to strengthen the capacity of the Economic Commission for Africa to fulfill its mandates and to provide its members with transformational, results-oriented policy and technical support by enhancing its convening, think tank, and operational functions in order to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in particular in the strategic areas of the Commission, pursuant to its realigned program of work. 2, decide to transmit to the Economic Commission for Africa, decide to transmit to the Economic and Social Council at its substantive session in 2025 a draft resolution on this issue for consideration and adoption. B, relationship of the request to the proposed program budget. The request contained in the resolution falls under the overall program of work of ECA. The request is relevant to all aspects of ECA's work, including executive direction and management, all sub-programs, and program support. C, activities by which the request would be implemented. To strengthen its ability to deliver result-oriented and transformational policy and technical support to its member states, and accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030 and support Agenda 2063 in its strategic focus areas, ECA would pursue upgrading its convening function through the provision of strengthened multilateral and multi-stakeholder platforms. Its think tank function by conducting more comprehensive interdisciplinary research and the analysis of key challenges facing its members and Africa as a whole, while promoting peer learning and development, and its operational function through the provision of tailor-made policy and technical advice to its members, including in cooperation with other United Nations Secretariat entities and other entities of the United Nations system, following the ECA's established standard operating procedure for collaboration, including with the resident coordinator system. In particular, ECA will converge policies at all levels by coordinating all of its corporate intergovernmental advocacy and outreach platforms to strengthen the impact of its outreach efforts, especially given today's complex multilateral development challenges. Advance the implementation of the AFCFTA, which is a major strategic area of focus of ECA, by promoting sustainable industrialization, job creation, poverty reduction, through multi-year programs aimed at de-risking investment and strengthening regional value chains across Africa. Foster inclusive and sustainable development through effective land management, governance, food security, and climate resilience across the continent. Advance Africa's transformation and development with a focus on leveraging frontier technologies to foster more inclusive economic growth. Address structural and emerging challenges in the Sahel. Promote agribusiness, women and youth entrepreneurship to anchor inclusive agri-food systems transformation. And drive advocacy and partnership building amongst other operational activities. D, financial implications of the request. In order to implement the mandate contained in the operative paragraphs, additional resources totaling up to $4.7 million would be required for 2026 and up to $6 million annually from 2027. Of the total resources required for 2026, about 1.9 million would be proposed for the establishment of 23 new posts and $2.8 million for non-post resources. While for 2027 and beyond, about 3.3 million would be proposed for posts and 2.7 million for non-post resources. The resources would strengthen ECA's think tank and convening functions to ensure alignment with its strategic objectives and strengthen its operational capacity to improve efficiency across the organization and reinforce mandate delivery from 2026 onwards. These resources are intended to ensure that the organization's activities are fully aligned with its strategic objectives. In summary, should the Commission approve the draft resolution, the Commission would request the Economic and Social Council to endorse the request contained in the draft resolution. If endorsed by ECOSOC as presented, additional program budget appropriations for the year 2026, estimated at $4.7 million, would be requested in the context of the report of the Secretary General on revised estimates resulting from resolutions and decisions of ECOSOC adopted during its 2025 session. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Marong. And since it's already approved, we move to the next resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next resolutions. Draft resolution on the use of artificial intelligence as written in the report. Intervention from Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. Actually, we just want to take this opportunity to extend our thanks and appreciation for the effort done by the ACA with all African member states and this kind of cooperation. And we just, Mr. Chair, after supporting the resolution, we just would like to take a clarification because for best of our knowledge, this additional budget will be financed through the whole UN budget, not only from African member states. So just if we can just take a clarification on this one, I believe that we reiterate our support for the resolution, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Please. Do you want to any other intervention? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First, I would like to express my delegation's full support to the proposed addition of resources to the work of ECA, Mr. Chairperson. Since this issue has been deliberated and as part of the consensus, we fully support it. Our only issue is that when the presenter mentioned that the outcome documents have already been made available to member states, but we couldn't find the document just read or any of the other draft outcome documents. So would highly appreciate if we can be told where we can find them. We couldn't find them in the app, or if you are availed with the copy. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Do you want to give some comments, Mr. Morong?
So the all of the documents should be on the PaperSmart portal, the resolutions and the reports. If you would kindly access that, you will find all the reports there and the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the resolutions. First resolution on the use of artificial intelligence as written. Oh, Egypt did not have any comment. Do you want to answer to the?
I just wanted to be sure that Egypt, are you happy with? Is there any question that you have on this one here? Because the reason why we are bringing this one, we need to provide more services to the member countries. And in order to do that, we need a new mandate that we normally take through the UN processes so that we can get more money to support all your requests. Because of the key issues that we are getting, we wanted to make sure that we can support as much as we can, and for that we need your mandate. And that's why they brought in this one here. So I was wondering if you are well answered.
I will complete the answer. Okay. I will complete the answer. You answered about if it's a budget of the African contribution in the UN. It will be suggested to the UN Assembly is the global UN budget. This is the answer to your question.
It's not from your member country, it's just from the UN. And it will come from a sales contribution of all the member countries, 193 countries. Thank you.
So these resolutions were sponsored by Morocco, which is sponsoring fully the resolutions. Zimbabwe as outgoing chair. Do you want to say a word?
Oh, satisfied.
Satisfied. Botswana, you want to say a word? Satisfied too. And Gabon, vous voulez dire un mot? Ah, Botswana, you want to say a word?
Gabon, would you like to take the floor?
And Gabon.
Gabon.
Satisfied too. Okay, great. Can I move to the next resolutions now, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, please.
Am I allowed?
Your Excellency.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I made his life easy, made the resolution adopted, and he wants me to step back to what he has written in the paper. This is administration. Okay. Now, resolution on artificial intelligence, as written in the report. Do you want to adopt it? And no objections? No objections. On the 2026 program plan and budget part C of the annex of the report of the committee of experts. No objections? No objections. On the use of regional value chains to harness the wealth of Africa, part D. No objections? Adopted. Note by the Executive Secretary on recent organizational change in the Secretariat of the Economic Commission for Africa. It's an information. It's to be adopted or not?
Yeah.
Need to be adopted? Yeah. No objections? Adopted, sir. We have thus completed our work under this agenda item. We adjourn for lunch.
Yeah.
1.5 hours. We meet at
2:45.
no, it's 1:45 and it's 3:15. Yeah, 4:15, no? 4:15? We meet at 4:15. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
ዳቦ አቀንተን ሲሳይን አቅርቤዋለሁ። አቀረበ
Recording in progress.
Honourable delegates, please may I request that everybody take their seats so that we can continue with the latter part of the agenda. And whilst I'm aware that quite a few of our honourable ministers are still making their way back in from lunch, perhaps it's a good moment for me to remind you of the fact that there is a conference evaluation form. It looks like this. You should all have this pamphlet on your seats. It's titled COM25 Evaluation. All you need to do is just download the link using the QR code. So just go to the camera of your smartphone and then it will direct you to the link, or else, like me, you would have also received it in the inbox of your email. And what we just humbly request of you is that fill out the evaluation form to just give us a summation of your views on how the Conference of Ministers 2025 has been as an experience for you, your testimonial, suggestions on where we can improve, and also just reiterate whether the themes, the thematic elements have really aligned with where you think Africa and the world is at in 2025, and then charting a way forward, particularly questions around giving impetus to the African Continental Free Trade Area. So please just take 5 minutes of your time this afternoon, perhaps before the reception, just to fill out the evaluation form. We'll really, really appreciate that. Also, Ramadan Mubarak. We are well aware, while some of you have had a hearty lunch, many of our colleagues are still observing Ramadan and fasting because it's the holy month. And so for our colleagues, we just want to say that a blessed Ramadan to you, but iftar boxes will be available for you again at the information desk as from 4 p.m. So in other words, in the next 45 minutes, you can collect your iftar boxes. And what we just ask is that leave discreetly. The ushers will lead you to a prayer room if you need it, and then come back into the plenary hall. But the iftar boxes, we will start distributing them from 4 p.m. today. Yeah, and I think that's all the housekeeping. So now I'd like to defer to the Bureau Chair and the Executive as they sit up at the podium for the consideration and adoption of the ministerial statements, and also processing other matters related to the COM 2025. And so please may I ask that the Bureau Chair, the Honourable Monsieur, take over.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and welcome back to the lunch break. So we'll move to agenda item 6, and we'll now consider to adopt a ministerial statement which is set out in document E, ECA CM 57L.1. The draft ministerial statement is available through the PaperSmart portal like all other conference documents. So it's set for adoption. No objection. Adopted. Oh, sorry. Who's that? Eritrea. Can you give him the floor? Thank you. Eritrea?
Chairperson, we don't have any objection in the draft statement. We support as it is, but we want also to propose 2 paragraphs, Chairperson, as we did last time, if we may. We want to propose 2 paragraphs in addition within the statement, Chairperson. Just saying, concern is that imposition of unilateral economic sanctions on a number of African countries adversely affects targeted countries' efforts to access international development and climate finance, green industrialization, mobilization of private sector capital, and thereby affecting the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aspirations of Agenda 2063. The Africa we want of the African Union, and creates negative perceptions about investment climate in African countries. So in second paragraph, urge concerned states to unconditionally lift unilateral sanctions as they are contrary to the United Nations Charter and prevent member states from green industrialization, access to international development and climate finance, and mobilization of private sector capital, thereby affecting the realization of the Agenda 2063 aspirations and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Chairperson, as you can see, there is no pinpointing, but we feel that this kind of unilateral sanctions adversely affects a number of member states, and without any pinpointing to any side, just we feel these two paragraphs we have inserted in previous two statements and the same be included in the final ministerial statement, Chairperson. If there is no objection, just we can deliver these two paragraphs to the Secretariat member, Chairperson. Thank you.
So please submit the proposal in writing. Cameroon.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Chair, I have one little contribution as well for an additional paragraph on our very exhaustive, complete ministerial declaration. I have the impression that one point, which was very well discussed yesterday, doesn't feature in the declaration. And I just want to propose that we consider it. And that relates to air transport. I think during the discussion on infrastructure, much of the discussion was on transport as a whole and air transport particularly. And I also think air transport is of the essence if the continental free trade area must deliver expected results. So we're proposing an additional paragraph. I don't know where the Secretariat will fit it, but which could read something like this. Call on the Economic Commission for Africa to continue supporting member states in the full implementation of the single African air transport market in order to reduce costs and improve air transport connectivity on the continent. Something like that. We just thought this will make our declaration more complete. Thank you.
Well noted. Morocco has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation would like to add two paragraphs pertaining to the connectivity. Discussions during previous sessions confirmed that the political will is a requirement for the success of AFCFTA. By strengthening regional and sub-regional cooperations, African states can optimize complementarity of their economies, ensure trade, and harmonize their policies, and strengthening accelerated industrialization and transforming their economies. The Royal Initiative for the Atlantic Royal Initiative illustrates a concrete commitment promoting stability and development by facilitating access of Sahel and landlocked countries to Atlantic Sea. So this strengthens South-South cooperation and co-development, making Sahel a hub of prosperity and stability. The major objective of this initiative is making available infrastructures, railroad and land infrastructures, simulating investments, inter-Africa investments, and ensure sustainable growth and strengthen Sahel and Atlantic countries by promoting a harmonization of their policies and their economies for a better regional integration. The development of similar initiatives adapted to each sub-region would promote the adherence of member countries by addressing various bottlenecks. My delegation proposes the following recommendations. Encourage collaborative initiatives targeting to ensure safe trade corridors linking landlocked countries by multimodal transport systems. Second, invite development partners to magnify their efforts in terms of investments and logistics facilitation to ensure fair and inclusive economic integration. Thank you, Chair.
And recommendation written to the Secretary. Floor is given to Egypt.
شكرا جزيلا سيادة الرئيس. في الحقيقة احنا نؤيد البيان كما هو تماما. لا يوجد لدينا تحفظات عليه، لكن لدي ملاحظة.
I support the statement, but I want to refer to the Arabic text. Paragraph 11. I think that the Arabic language should have been more accurate. We have to acknowledge that the meeting, acknowledging or admitting that the meeting was, we have to change the word admitting is not appropriate here. Thank you.
أعطينا الإضافة كتابيا لتحسين.
Can you please give it to us in writing in order to be able to improve the text in the Arabic language? Now I give the floor to Algeria.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the first time that my delegation is taking the floor. I'd like to first congratulate you and the way you are steering our deliberations in this August Assembly. Chair, I'd like to draw your attention on the fact that the draft ministerial statement should reflect our discussions and what has been discussed during our deliberations and not add some initiatives regarding specific countries. So I urge and I call upon your wisdom to be in line of this principle which has always guided our deliberations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Bien noté.
Well noted. Any other contribution?
Okay. Taking into account the remarks of all the member states, if they can be integrated, should we say we adopt the statement? No objections?
No objection.
Thank you. Adopted. Next. We have now come to the end. Any other business, any other point to integrate to this discussion from the delegate? Any other intervention? Hearing none, I suggest we move to the closing session. I call on Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, to make a statement. The floor is yours, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. Riyad Mizur, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Morocco and Chair of the Bureau for 2025, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, let me begin by congratulating our new Chair of the Bureau, His Excellency Riyad Mizur, and to assure him of our full support as we work together to realize our collective vision for Africa's development and prosperity. I also wish to convey our gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for its continuous support to ECA, both in hosting this conference and in advancing ECA's broader development agenda. Furthermore, I extend my appreciation to His Excellency Oriyemi Osinbajo, former Vice President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nigeria, for an insightful and transformative lecture, and to our honorable ministers from across the continent and all our esteemed guests who honored us with their presence and participated in this conference. I'm equally grateful to the African Union Commission, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, our partners, and every one of you for your contributions in making our 2025 Conference of Ministers a resounding success. A special note of appreciation goes to my exceptional Deputy Executive Secretaries, Hanan and Pedro, for their exemplary leadership and coordination in ensuring the success of this conference. They worked tirelessly together with a wonderful ECA team, including the various divisions and units, to deliver this splendid conference. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we bring this decisive conference to a close, we pause to reflect on the commitments made and, more importantly, what must follow next. We are convening at a time of profound global shifts marked by economic realignments, technological revolutions, and the reconfiguration of trade, investment, and aid flows, among others. Yet, we must recognize that these transformations are occurring within the current framework of a global financial architecture that is no longer fit for purpose. And Africa is in the face of these global developments, has no other choice than to act, and act proactively. What has become abundantly clear in our deliberations is that Africa must take charge of its own economic destiny. Over the past days, we have reaffirmed our collective ambition to accelerate regional integration, enhance resilience, and unlock Africa's full potential. Indeed, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the momentum we have built here must not fade. It must translate into action. To this end, two thematic resolutions in particular reflect the strategic priorities we must champion moving forward. First, the resolution on the use of regional value chains to harness the wealth of Africa marks a decisive step towards breaking free from commodity dependence. It reaffirms our commitment to industrialization, deeper intra-Africa trade, and value creation within the continent. As the global supply chains are being reconfigured and the new continental free trade market takes shape, Africa must rethink and reorganize its supply, production, and trade networks for greater resilience and sustainability. With over 240 special economic zones already in place, we have a solid foundation to integrate and strengthen regional value chains and position Africa as the manufacturing hub. Second, the resolution on artificial intelligence highlights its transformative role in Africa's socio-economic development. With AI projected to contribute $1.2 trillion to Africa's economy by 2030 and boosting GDP by 5.6%, the opportunity before us is undeniable. Several countries, including Benin, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, are adopting national artificial intelligence strategies to enhance governance and data-driven decision-making. At the regional level, the African Union's continental AI strategy aims to harmonize AI policies, foster innovation, and ensure ethical AI deployment. To this end, the Economic Commission for Africa is committed to supporting AI development through research, improved statistical systems, and knowledge sharing. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we have reaffirmed, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the best and most practical economic model for Africa to reshape our trade landscape, reduce dependency on external markets, and build competitive regional value chains. To move from commitment to real action, our ministerial statement and resolutions require strategic investments, industrialization, and policy coherence at national and regional levels. At the end of the day, we need to rethink the way we do things. And we have an answer in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. With strong ministerial leadership from you, our ministers of finance, planning, and economic development and industry, championing these priorities, we can drive economic transformation and build the Africa we want. I can't end without really thanking all of you for your time consistently, the whole of yesterday, the whole of today, and the technical meetings that took place before that. I thank you very much for making your time, even when you are fasting. I promise next time we'll try to find another appropriate time to make sure that we can hold meetings when you're not fighting, when we are not fasting. And it doesn't look good when you go for lunch, some of us, and we leave our friends behind. because of the fasting period. But we thank you very much for your commitment and for your determination to make sure that you hold this conference of ministers. I thank you very much and all the best as you go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gatete. Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary. So, I have a final statement too. Mr. Executive Secretary of the ECA, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen. We now come to the end of our work with a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment shared, I'm sure, by all of us. It has been a privilege for me to chair here in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa the 57th Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of the Economic Commission for Africa. Once again, I would like to thank the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for its warm welcome and the arrangements made to facilitate our work and make our stay as pleasant as possible. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to the Economic Commission for Africa for its effort to ensure the success of this event on the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to each and every one of you, ministers and senior officials, for your active participation, contributions, and commitment throughout these 2 days of intensive deliberations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our session, Advancing the Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Proposal for Transformative Strategic Actions, is a subject of great importance for our continent. We had fruitful exchanges and high-quality discussions on the crucial importance of the free trade area in the current global context, marked by challenges that represent significant opportunities for our continent, provided we know how to exploit them wisely. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during these 2 days, we had the opportunity to exchange ideas, share experiences, and outline ambitious prospects for the economic future of our continent. It is clear that the AFCFTA is not just a trade agreement, but a lever for economic and social transformation in Africa. We reaffirmed that its full implementation is essential to boost intra-African trade, promote industrialization, create decent and sustainable jobs, improve food security, and strengthen the resilience of our economies to external shocks. I'm particularly pleased with the spirit of collaboration and consensus that prevailed throughout our discussions. We have affirmed our shared determination to make progress toward African integration and to build a prosperous and sustainable future for all our citizens. The resolutions adopted today demonstrate our commitment to a more integrated and prosperous Africa, but it is now essential to turn these commitments into concrete action at all levels, national, regional, and continental. The ECA will play a fundamental role in supporting member states in this process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my mission as chairman of this session will come to an end in a few moments. But for my country, the Kingdom of Morocco, as both chairman of this 57th session of the ECA and future host of the 58th Ministerial Conference, the work has only just begun. The Kingdom of Morocco and all the members of the Bureau, who I'm sure will not contradict me, pledge to you today that no effort will be spared to ensure that the year ahead is a full one, rich in activity and hard work, with results and an impact commensurate with your expectations and aspirations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this session, I would like to reiterate my thanks to Your Excellencies, the ministers, panelists, and distinguished delegates for your participation and contribution to the success of this session. I now declare closed the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. I thank you, wish you a safe journey back to your respective countries, and look forward to seeing you in March next year in your second country, Morocco, for the 58th session.
Done. Thank you so much, Excellencies. Mine is to say thank you very much for your patience with all of us over the last few days. And it was wonderful to see that as you spoke about the AFCFTA, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA was here, the new chairperson of the African Union was here, the president of this host country was here, the executive of the ECS were here, all of you, our financial policy makers from the continent were here. And so every relevant person to drive this agenda forward was in the room. And that's very, very encouraging. So thank you for your time and thank you for the work that you all do. Please don't forget about the conference survey. You can just download the link, or you can look into your email and you will get it. Just a few announcements for this afternoon. Shortly after this closing, there will be a press briefing. So to members of the press, please stay, because we're going to have a press briefing about the deliberations of the last 2 days, this 57th session of the Conference of Ministers. It's taking place immediately now. And then we'd like to remind all of you, honorable ministers, that there will be a cocktail reception in the banqueting hall, which is upstairs. The ushers will direct you, and I've been made to understand that it will be after the press briefing. So towards 6 p.m. or a little bit earlier, but it will be in the banqueting hall. Just look out for the notifications from the Secretariat and they will direct you there. I just have one last thing to say, Bureau Chair. Yes, this 57th session ends today with the stamping of the gavel. But of course, Honorable Monsieur is our chair for the year ahead until the handover at the 58th session. He's in charge for the next year. So all I'm going to say to all of you, next time, keep your points succinct, within time, and you'll have a wonderful year. Goodbye.
Thank you. Big applause to our Master of Ceremony. She did an amazing job. Big applause to our interpreters. Thank you very much, and our technician. Thank you very much to all of you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen.
إذا أيها السادات والسادة، انتهينا من المؤتمر الوزراء وفي الدورة 57 لدور وزراء التمويل والتخطيط والتنمية الاقتصادية معنا اليوم.
Up on the key outcomes of the conference. Sometimes delegates get lost in the language and in the complexity of the decisions, and so it helps for us to have just a wrapping up of the conference in a way that it simplifies or at least wraps up the issues to the media. I'm going to start by asking the chair to kindly say a few words about the decisions of the last 2 days.
So thank you very much. It was a very efficient conference, very constructive spirit. Expert made an amazing job to prepare documents that were easy to adopt and quick to adopt. ECA, as usual, amazing job during the year, and the organization and the technical support given to the member countries. So we're very proud to be a member of this beautiful organization. Regarding the topics that were treated, we treated some internal topics to reinforce the ECA resources so that it can be able to address the new missions given to ECA, supporting the countries. We discussed about technology and taxation. We discussed about special economic zones. We discussed about the potential of developing and accelerating the integration of the countries in this free trade area, using direct conversion of our currencies instead of moving through an external currency that is mostly used by our country. We were very efficient and really to the point in a very positive and ambitious spirit for our people and to make Africa more prosperous and more integrated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request that the Minister, the former Chair of the Bureau, kindly also says a few words, and then we'll close with the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, our host. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In our deliberations about how to move forward with the agenda of the African Continental Free Trade Area, looking for solutions, we did recognize that this project is also part of the solutions, part of the tools we need to protect Africa itself, given the changing global landscape around us, whether you're looking at geopolitical tensions, the rising cost of capital, and just access to capital, climate shocks, the rising trade barriers around us globally, that we felt that this project, the African Continental Free Trade Area, was in fact part of the solution. Clearly, as the chair said, one of the things that we discussed at length was the role of the enablers, such as infrastructure development, looking at transportation, rail, trunk roads, one-stop border posts, including the trade in non-goods, such as, for instance, electricity. We're looking at the power pools right across Africa. All of these support the agenda integration. The payment systems were looked into quite extensively, allowing us to avail our payments through our own currencies as opposed to external currencies. But also we're acutely aware that this requires us to develop a robust national payment systems, making sure that every country has got a switch and so forth. This can only serve to bolster our capacity for developing an effective, continental payment and settlement system support trade. And digitalization is an opportunity. It supports our economies in terms of tax revenue, but also as regulators, we always struggle to catch up with the innovators, but we must make every effort to catch up with them so that we can maximize benefit for citizens from digitalization, the advent of artificial intelligence, and also the rise of cryptocurrency. All these are issues that came out. And finally, we all felt that there was need for African ministers to stand firm and support the role of the UNECA as an advisor, a trusted advisor to African government, as a source of knowledge, and therefore it should be given adequate resources to play that role, as it has always done with such effectiveness. I thank you.
Whether my mic, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to now hand over to our host, Mr. Claver Gatete, to also place his emphasis on what he felt has really worked this time around with the discussions on the Continental Free Trade Area and the need for serious action and acceleration. Over to you, Mr. Gatete.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC. I don't know what you want me to say because our chair and the finance minister have said everything. I don't know if I should say that I endorse everything they said, but maybe just some few words that, first of all, at the time that we are meeting now, the first thing was to take into account the current environment we are in. We are in a situation that all of you, all your countries, most of you are highly indebted. And that's why you hear every country crying for foreign exchange. There is no concessional resources coming in. The only lifeline that was left was aid. It is now also being cut by each of the country, one after another, after another, after another. And the question is, what are the options? Now that we have high indebtedness, access to concessional resources is gone, aid is gone, the climate effect is at the highest. What's left? And that's why you have to look inward. And one of the topics that the ministers chose last year was to see how to trade and invest. In other words, the only way out is trade and investment. And for us to trade, we have to look at our market. Our market, which is Africa. And as the heads of state had adopted the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and now we are at the level of implementation, then we can be able to improve our own trade among ourselves, moving away from between 12% to 15%, to bring it up to 20%, 30%, 60%. Others are above 65%. So we are also trying to see how does that market look like. It requires every action on infrastructure, whether it is road, rail, air transport, we need it. Whether it is energy, where 600 million Africans do not have access to energy. Whether it is technology, and 37% of Africans only have access to internet. And we need to scale up. And that's why we have been talking about also artificial intelligence, trying to see how it can support us. We are trying to see how to make it easier to move from one place to another. Remove the tariff and non-tariff barriers and any other blockages that are preventing the trade. But also we don't want to keep trading on just unfinished goods. We want final products. That means we need industries. How do we get the industries? How do we build the whole regional value chain from production up to the final product so that we link the production to the industries and then you standardize and then trade in Africa, but also trade beyond Africa. So here the ministers have been discussing quite a lot of the issues which are very critical, pertinent for us to be able to improve and see how we can be able to trade among ourselves. But also they discussed about domestic resource mobilization. How do we change the taxation completely? How do we improve so that we move away from 15.6% tax to GDP ratio so that we can move up to a level where we can be self-sufficient? But also how do we develop our capital markets so that can cater for the private sector? That's the only place they can get long-term support. And how do we improve the credit rating of our own countries so that they can borrow on the public market cheaply? Because right now the rating is low, and that's why it's becoming very expensive, as you heard from Finance Minister, that now getting credit becomes very expensive because of our rating. So all these things were discussed here by the finance ministers, and they want to see, they also agreed on the way forward on how to tackle some of these kind of issues. And the ideas were wonderful. They are helping ECA to make sure that we can continue to support our own member countries. Maybe I can stop there, but then I'm sure you're also part of us, and I'm sure you heard everything. And we don't expect maybe many questions because we also consider you as experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gatete. Any questions from, I think you'd already indicated you wanted to have, and you have a question as well. Please introduce yourself and your media, and then proceed to ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the briefings. I have a few questions that I would like to raise. The first one is, I don't think that many of us have understood what exactly the Pan-African payment. Sorry, my name is Wesenseger Asefa. I am from Sputnik Africa. So my first question will be, I do not, even if I have this economics background, I do not really understand what the Pan-African payment and settlement system is. Because I know that there is a transaction cost for the African countries to have the international currencies. Now, if you are shifting to the Pan-African payment system, how does it work? What does it mean? Are we using the local currencies, or what? I want to explain that. The second one is, we know that Egypt, South Africa, and Ethiopia are full members of BRICS. It's a global integration. And since they are a member of BRICS, at the same time a member of the AFCFTA, how do you think that these two could get along, and how does the AFCFTA can benefit from this cooperation? The last one will be, from the report I heard, currently out of the 48 signatories, only 19 African countries are trading under the law of the AFCFTA. How did these countries achieve this, and what's holding back the other signatories from following suit, just like the 19 countries? And I really want to know how ECA, what the role of ECA is in the formation of this free trade area, and how is it continuing to help boost the performance of the AFCFTA? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just let me just say it simply. If you have to trade, it must be not only the infrastructure that are carrying goods and services, or the technology that we use, especially the e-commerce in terms of trading. At the end of the day, there has to be the exchange of money. And as you know, traditionally, if you're a country like, maybe, let me just take my neighbor here. If you are trading from Zimbabwe to Zambia, you don't use the Zimbabwean currency and the trade across the border. The tradition has been to change them to dollars or even to euros, and then be able to trade to your neighbor. And what we are saying is that, and also when you transfer the money, use the SWIFT, okay? That becomes expensive because whoever gives you that framework is going to put another extra cost. And what we are trying to say is, how do we make it cheaper? Because our currencies, usually the way they are convertible is such that it can have a cost. And we want them to pay in their local currencies. So what Afreximbank has been helping the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat is to develop a system where you can trade with each other, but then it has the settlement part, which also allows trading in local currencies. And that removes that extra cost. It is not fully functional yet, but it is really in the right direction. So that is make it cheaper to trade among each other. I can tell you when I was governor of the central bank, we tried it for COMESA. And by that time, it started working and it was cheaper than anything that you can always think about. So that is the payment and settlement system. You pay, but also there is a settlement. As you receive your goods, then the payment also takes place in your local currency. And that makes it easier, and that's what you are working towards. So that once you are trading within one market, then it is easier to trade in your local currencies. Secondly, when you talk about BRICS and CFTA, totally different. We can belong to so many organizations. You can be in World Trade Organization, you can be in BRICS, you can be in another organization. But when you talk about Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we're talking about the continent of Africa as a market. And does not mean that you only trade within Africa, but also can trade with the rest of the world. But the people, when you are talking about this, is only African countries. They are the ones who make up the market. There are no other in the countries that are part of the CFTA. But does not mean that because you belong to a CFTA, you cannot trade with the rest of the world. And that's why we are saying is that we trade among ourselves, we should make it easier, but at the same time, we should trade with the rest of the world as we import and export. But how can Africa contribute to the rest of the world, but also trade among each other? And the 19 African countries that we are trading, all countries are not going to be ready at the same time. And that's why we have been now helping as ECA, helping all the countries to make sure they have what they call the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Strategy. What is your country's strategy? How can you benefit? What do you need to do? And that's why that's the work that we have been doing as first thing first is to help you to come up with a strategy. And also not only the countries, but also the regional communities. All the 8 regional communities, we are assisting them to make sure they come up with a strategy because they have been integrating within their own community, but now want to make sure that they become part and parcel of the entire Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So that's our role, is to help them to make sure that they can benefit from that market. And then if there are any kind of issues that are preventing them, then we also help them to make sure they can be unblocked. And we work together with African Union, which is here. We work together with Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, as we work with all the member countries. So to make sure that we all understand, and then we can always come together. So that's all I can say, I think, from the question that you asked. Thank you. But I have my colleagues and
yes. Thank you, Chair. Chair, always Chair, you know. You asked about the payment system, and Dr. Katete, yes, has already said it tries to solve one issue, which is the need to use a hard currency to settle transactions across countries. But also it does an additional thing. Even when you have solved the issue of the currency, right? There's an issue of risk perception because currency, the payments move between, let's say, 2 banks, one in one country, another bank in another country. Banks can be suspicious of each other in terms of risk perception. That even if you're going to pay me in dollars or euros, I don't trust you as a bank. So often what you need is what you call a confirming bank. In French, we say it's an availing bank, right? So at the moment, we have got this system of confirming banks. So what this PAP system also solves is the need to use a confirming bank. So you get rid of the confirming bank, you also get rid of the need to use hard currency. So it solves 2 problems. Very well.
Mr. Chair, I think you wanted to say something, but do you want us to go to the next question so that we can? All right. I think the gentleman over here has had his hand up for a while. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your media. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
If you want
my
to
name-
ask a question, please just push the button so that we have you here.
My name is Wilson Ucheogu. I represent Aito Africa Media. And of course, I also want to congratulate you for the position and also thank UECA for the opportunity, the platform they created. But for me, I have always believed that Africa has never lagged behind when it comes to coming together to discuss and turning our policies. But the challenge we have is, which of course where my question lies, has to do with how do we intend to deal with the issue of political influence, especially having to drive these things, because after the experts must have discussed an agreement signed, where is the position of the political will to actualize these things? Secondly, I also understand that there is this issue of consistency in terms of when new government comes, they don't intend to carry out, especially things that has happened or the activities of the past government. So that has always been the challenge with Africa. Inconsistency with policies, especially when new governments come. Today, we have the Minister for Finance coming from Zimbabwe. Maybe tomorrow, another person comes in and purely may not toe that line. And then we see a situation whereby some of the things done. So how do you intend to mitigate such challenges? Thank you very much.
May I request we also have one more question in case so that we can take more questions and then you conclude, if that's okay. All right, we'll save time. Please, one more, the two questions over there.
Okay. Okay.
Please close please close your mic. And then over to you. Yes. Introduce yourself and your media and ask your question. Please be brief. Thank you.
I think, okay, thank you. Ahmad Azar, thank you for giving me the chance. I am from Sputnik Africa. I'm a colleague of Hossein. I have two questions. First of all, FTA is a very ambitious plan. As an African, I'm proud of it. But I have questions related with it. It is just to fill the gap and advance inter-African trade. But in doing this, there are problems, especially related with payments, as my colleague raised before. So did Africa need alternative payment systems to develop? The second one is global financial architecture should have to be overhauled, in my opinion. Because it is, as we know, already constructed at the time of colonialism. And it already worked against Africa, I think so. So it should have to be decolonized.
Could you repeat the last one?
Global financial architecture should have to be overhauled and decolonized. But how to decolonize it? In order to satisfy the financial needs of Africa and its development aspirations. The last one, in this agreement, there are free trade areas to encourage the trade between African countries. But is it good to settle payments through national currencies? How would be your recommendation? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Iyasu Solomon, editor of The African Economist. I want to ask important question focused on okay. My question focused to Your Excellency Clever regarding regarding AFCFTA. What's your assessment of the progress made so far in implementing the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement? how do you think AFCFTA will impact intra-African trade and economic growth? Regarding special economic zones questions, that means acceleration of industrialization. What is the current state of special economic zones in Africa, and how have they impacted economic growth and development? How can special economic zones be used to drive industrialization and economic diversification? To the chairperson, His Excellency Riyadh, my question regarding Morocco. Morocco aerospace, I need explanations about Morocco aerospace industry and its current state of development. What role does the aerospace industry play in Morocco's economy? What are the government plans for its growth? How does Morocco aerospace industry contribute to the country overall industrial development and technological advancement? Thank you.
Those are a lot of questions, but I'd suggest we probably start with the political will and implementation, which is a key question. Yes, please go ahead.
Tamu from Sputnik Africa. I have two questions. The first one is, it's widely being discussed on the ongoing 57th session of Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that Africa must act decisively.
Do you mind speaking slowly and closer to the microphone? Because if you don't understand what you are saying, then we'll give you the wrong answer.
Okay, okay. So let me restart. My name is Abi Abtamu from Sputnik Africa. I have two questions. The first one is, it's widely being discussed on this 77th session of conference, and Africa must act decisively to deepen regional integration. So what can you suggest as a proactive strategy to harness Africa's economic potential? The second question is, the global trade system is rapidly transforming with heightened trade restriction and the rise of regional economic blocs. Due to this, Africa is prevented from taking competitive advantage in the global market to boost its economy, despite there have been huge attempts. But can you just share us just your view on how Africa can keep affording what it takes to remain itself on the right track to economic development? These are my questions. Thank you. Maybe it's...
can you summarize for us, because it sounds like a statement rather than a question? Can you
so the key question, in my view, the key question has to do the questions about the global financial architecture.
Yes.
How can we really decolonize it? If it was, we're talking about it at a time when it's it was created in 1945. It's not relevant. What is your view about moving forward with the GFA? And there's the question on implementing.
We have them noted.
Okay. So please go ahead.
And we will try to give some answers.
Okay, please go ahead.
We start with political influence versus consistency. You see it in the floor. We have consistency in the middle and political influence around around consistency. We really believe, and all government, one after the other, believe in the power of what we are building for the continent now. It's really powerful. It's a game changer for Africa. And there is no one that comes and want to disturb this movement of the continent. Still, you're right. We need to be more efficient in walking the talk. And this is what we're trying to do. It's not simple, building a free trade area is something very, very complex, the way we're doing it. Chairman from Zimbabwe said yesterday, we started at the same time like Europe did. But Europe started, the European Union started, and they had before the economic cooperation, and they had before they bounded around steel and what was the other commodity? I don't remember. So they built something before they went for this kind of maturity. And this, what we're trying to do, you need to be patient. We need to be patient because the devil is in details, you know. We'll go into each and every details. You were talking about currency. It seems easy, yeah. We can exchange currency, we trade in each other currency. It seems to be easy. But when I'm trying to get something from your I'm selling you, you're in another country and you're paying me in your currency. Nobody trusts each other currency. We both trust the euro, but nobody trusts each other currency. And nobody knows in the time it will come, it will have the same value. Who's going to guarantee it is? Nobody knows. The banks you're working, like Minister, the Honorable Minister said, the bank you're working with, is it a bank we can trust or a bank we cannot trust? So, and this is something we need to fix. We were trying to dismantle, you know, just like quality issues. You're just bringing a product from a country to another, and the other one can say, oh, it doesn't comply to my norms, it doesn't comply to my quality. And even you settled everything financially, you have everything with the currency, but the quality problem will be there and the normative problem will be there. And despite all this, we're continuing. We're talking about infrastructure. You cannot believe how difficult is to make people approve an infrastructure project in a country. Because when you come and tell them, I'm going to build a port, they say, oh, I'm hungry here. I need food. I need hospital. I need school. Why are you building a port? That's going to take me 20% or 30% of my budget. And it's very difficult. It's still difficult in Morocco. Even if we have a proof of concept. We came out with the high-speed train last time, and they said, why do we need a high-speed train? Why do we need an additional port? Why do we need a highway? We need a better school for our people. We need more food. We need more hospitals. We don't need this infrastructure that create wealth. So all this are political agendas. They're not technical agenda. Technicity and consistency of the technicity. I'm having all my material, you know. I know what I should say, what I have to say. Technically, it's perfect. We're perfect. But then you need to have the will to walk the talk and the will to change the technicity if in accordance to your political will.
Mike, there is a question about SEZs, the special economic zones, the status of special economic zones that yes, you mentioned.
Let me say something. Maybe I can start with, and I think my good friend, Professor, if he had time, he would educate you. When you talk about currency, initially, all the currencies used to be backed by gold. Okay? We moved from that level to pegging it to the US dollar. And pegging it to the US dollar was creating a lot of problems. Now we had it floating, meaning that there is trust in your currency. And that trust comes with good economic management. Usually, mainly 4 areas, and I'm sorry to take you the technical work. They look at your expenditure, they look at your revenues, they look at your debt, they look at the productive sector, they look at your balance of payments, what you send out, what comes in, they look at your monetary, and then they say, oh, this is good management. Then the currency is stable, it does not fluctuate, and all that. So there is a lot of work that goes into currency. And that's why when African trading with another Africa, in your local currency that you know of, that you trust, that is going to be trusted by your neighbor and others and all that, it makes it easier, it is cheaper. But otherwise, if you, for example, if your money has to be sent to the Citibank in New York, and then it comes back, and they have to confirm it, they have to be sure whether they trust, because this time we are talking about trust. There's no other guarantee, there's no gold, there is no pegging to the US dollar, it's just trust. That's why it becomes very important. So when you are trading in own currency, it makes it much easier. And here you ask the issue of how we are relating the whole production, especially when you talked about the special economic zones. When we said 250 special economic zones, just to simplify these things, these are not rocket science. it is that you need industries in one place. You need these industries linked to the production. Like the example we talked about, the DRC, where they have the mineral sites, you have to decide how you transport them to a certain area which is meant for industries that talk to each other, so that you don't have one here, another one in 200 kilometers, another one in 1,000 kilometers. No, they are all together. And then you provide all the services, the transport, the technology, the electricity, the water. You have the staff that work there. It makes it easier. And then you have the logistics to bring these products rather than exporting them in the raw form or semi-finished form. This time you can do all your value addition until the final product, so that you don't have to send it to Europe to be processed and brought back to you at a higher cost. And that's why this special economic zone is so important. It's not just a market like this open market. It's where you add value. It's where you have industries. And then you do everything until it is finalized, packaged for exports, either to Africa or outside. So that's why we are saying that they are all interlinked. And when you talk about, for example, the 94 regional value chains that we have identified, from almost everything, from the minerals that we are talking about, Zambia, DRC, or to the one for agriculture that we want to have between Zimbabwe and Zambia, or the one for the beef value chain that is going to go beyond Botswana, but cover the whole region, so that this time you can have beef value chain, leather value chain, milk value chain, that you can have it in as many countries in Africa as possible. The one for cocoa, the one for cotton, the one for coffee. You can go on and on and on. 94 that has been identified. How do we do it in such a way that for each product is processed on the African continent? What do we need to do? How do we de-risk so that it's not only the government investing, but it's also the private sector coming in to make sure that we de-risk? The private sector, they have more money than governments, so they can come from anywhere, but also joint venture with the local investors so that they can produce from that. And that's where the special economic zone really becomes very useful. Now, as for the vision, what you are mentioning, in terms of the saying vision, almost all the countries in Africa, they have a long-term vision, 20 years, sometimes 30 years. And then from the long vision of what aspirations that each country is anticipating, then you have a long-term strategy, like 5 years. And then from that, that's where you draw your policies, so that your policies are consistent with your strategy, they are consistent with your vision. And then because things do change, you also keep adjusting accordingly to make sure that they are consistent. Thirdly, when we talk about the reform of the global financial architecture, really you have to understand that this is an architecture that was put there after the Second World War. Now, after the Second World War, none of our countries were independent. We never contributed. So that means that there is something that is missing in the global financial system that was created, which is not working for us. That's why we are asking for the concessional resources. It's not there. The aid that was promised, it cannot be permanent. It also has other problems. And also, with this kind of system, just to give you an example, so that you already understand, in Africa, with all the countries, member countries, their shareholding to IMF is equivalent to the shareholding of Germany. Why should that one be? That means there is something wrong, because those shares were given before it became independent. And when you come in, they give you whatever is left. And that's what you're saying. These things should change institution-wide and also how they function. And that's why you call it a new financial order. So that's what we are trying to do. And this time, it's not just saying someone reform it. We are saying we need to be part of it. And that's why in the discussion of the G20, we are there. Discussions of financing for development, the fourth conference from Monterrey to Doha to Addis Ababa. This is the fourth one. We want to become part of that. And also the negotiations on climate, where climate is costing Africa 5% of GDP. We say we want to be there because we're also affected and we must have a say. And even when you tell us you have to transform to renew energy and invest to stop everything that you are doing, we are saying the money that was invested from 2015 to 2022, the 10 trillion that was invested for energy transition, Africa got only 2% of that. So there are things that are very clear that we need to reform. And that's why we are saying that the question that you have been asking here, we are saying if we can industrialize, at least we can keep the jobs on the African continent. Because this time we have the jobs from production, you have the jobs from the industries, and then you are exporting at a higher value. That means there's money that stays in your own countries. So this is what we want to do so that we have the natural resources, but is it benefiting us? And that's exactly what we're trying to do. And that's the discussion here. And these are the policymakers who are struggling to see how they can improve their way of living. So maybe let me stop here because I don't want to continue to waste your time. Thank you.
If I can add on the issue of the global financial architecture, the decolonizing it as you put it, one of the things that we have been discussing here and that we want to promote is domestic resource mobilization. Being able to find our own resources domestically to substitute whatever we're receiving from outside. This means that we have to sweat our tax platforms, increase our tax base, look for other sources of tax revenue. We have to deepen our capital markets. We have to crowd in our private sector players, as well as also source capital from climate finance opportunities such as carbon credits, among other things. So domestic resource mobilization becomes critical as a way to finance our development going forward and depend less on the overseas development assistance, which my colleagues have already highlighted that it is dwindling. The other thing that we're seeking for fairer debt resolution frameworks, whether looking at the G20 common framework, it must be fairer, it must be flexible so that countries can really benefit from this process. But as you heard that some of these multilateral development banks were created after the Second World War, and Africa didn't have an input. So this is an issue, and we're saying there should be some reconfiguration where these banks can also be supported by transferring resources from the IMF in the form of SDRs to these development banks, so these SDRs can then be forwarded or lent to the African countries at concessional rates and also with long maturity, so that we can afford the repayments. But also we're saying that African countries must begin to deal with illicit finance, where or rather illicit outflows of money out of our own countries mainly into the developed world. Some of this illicit outflow is through taxation. So issues around equalizing global taxation rates at the usual default 15% for corporates is critical, which is called the domestic minimum to top up tax. So really we also want to make sure that Africa has a bigger voice in terms of governance of these institutions, whether it's a representation in terms of boards, but Africa's voice should be louder so that we can also contribute to this agenda. Thank you.
Let me add one thing, maybe just so that you understand. And I don't know how to say it in a simple way. When we talk about the high indebtedness and why we are having problems, long time ago, most of the debts that we were owed to the rich countries, what they call the West or the Paris Club, a club of very few rich countries. And when you have problems, you'll go and sit in Paris, and then they deliberate and see how to reduce some of the fees, how to extend, how to do this, then it become now more sustainable. But now things have changed. Our economies have grown. And the resources of the World Bank that used to support us in terms of concessional loans, because initially it was the rich countries plus the concessional loans of the World Bank, plus maybe Africa Development Bank at the concessional rate. But now as the countries grow, they need more money. And then you find that these sources were not enough. So they had to go private, meaning you issue a Euro bond, you get extra resources, in addition to the rich resources you are getting from the concessional loans. So this time, and there are new people now coming in, it's not only that club of few countries. Now we have China, we have India, we have Arab funds, we have so many others. So now the problem, because of the current geopolitical problem, is who brings everybody together now. It used to be IMF, and also working with other rich countries. But now, who brings who together? It's a problem. Usually, if you had a problem and private sector lending, there was what you call London Club. And there was Paris Club. But now, where do you go? And that's why there was a new formula that was put by the G20 called the G20 Common Framework, which has a lot of things which are not right. And that's what we are campaigning to make sure that they are corrected. Secondly, from what I told you, is after the COVID, that IMF and World Bank were saying, let's try to help these countries. And they released 650 billion of the special drawing rights, 650 billion US dollars equivalent. And then they have to distribute according to your shareholding. Guess what? Africa got only 34 billion out of 650. It's not because they didn't want to give them the money, it's because that is your shareholding. You understand? And that's why we are saying is that in as much as they want to help you, the structure that is in place is not correct. And that's why we are saying it needs to be reformed. So maybe I can stop here. We could go on, but I don't want to complicate your life. Thank you so much.
Yes, there is a final question for Morocco.
The final question regarding aeronautics. Okay. I would like to answer. So
there is a question for you, sir, that you might want to answer in addition to the one you wanted to answer.
There's another one?
It's from a journalist who is online who's asking a question to you. Okay. So that you wrap up.
Take it then.
You wrap up. Okay. So there is a question on how will you compensate for the suspension of American aid? Or should Africa finally realize that it's time to take itself seriously? I suppose it's about the current discussions on aid, and how can we encourage African countries to join the African payments system? And there's a question on the creation of the African rating agency, the status of the African credit rating agencies, which I think ECA also may have a response to. But over to you, Mr. Mizu.
Well, I think the online journalists should take their fair too. So we're going to give them the right to ask questions and the right answers, if not done yet. So for the Moroccan aeronautical platform, it's a platform that we're caring a lot about. Not because it's important. It's only 24,000 people working in it. It's only $2.5 billion export. It's not very important, but it has a symbolic effect. It's part of the sales pitch, If you go to an investor and you tell him, in Morocco, we are able to design and deliver hot engine spare parts and to manufacture them locally, that's the top you can do in manufacturing. So that means you can tell to anyone, no complexity is there for me. I can build satellite parts. I can build hot engine part that support many pressure, many temperature gaps, etc. And this is the proof of concept that you can do anything. On the behalf of, not on behalf, but regarding the perspective of this sector, now what is said by Boeing and by Airbus, that no airplane flies without a Moroccan part. That's true. And regarding the ecosystem, we're building 44% of the parts of a plane now. And we are trying to assemble a final plane in Morocco by 2030, 2032. We have 3 streams that are going in this direction: military one, private aviation, and a small commercial jet. We hope to reach at least 1 target by 2030. For the rest, what did you say? Compensate for aid? Should we compensate for aid? Yeah, we should work harder. We should work harder. We should get prouder. And aid is not a solution. It has never been, and it will never be. So it's time that we work for ourselves.
Okay, thank you so very much for your time. I don't think there are any other questions. We've come to the end of the press conference, unless one of the panelists has something burning to say to the journalists and those online. Yes, Professor Antony.
Thank you very much. On the rating agency, I've never understood why it is difficult to create an African rating agency or agencies. If you look at if you go into the banking sector, you find that banks right across Africa will subscribe to some kind of credit rating bureau where they rank their clients when they are borrowing from them, they rank companies, they rank commercial paper. So there's a system there that works. And it looks like for some reason we are not able to transfer those skills to a sovereign or macro level. I don't know why it is difficult. Because if you look at what these other agencies do, looking at Standard & Poor, look at Moody's and so forth, it is nothing other than just some macroeconomic analysis, where you look at the growth of the growth rate of the country, the debt position, the balance of payments position. You could go on and on and on. It's all just macroeconomic analysis. Surely this can be difficult. Perhaps then maybe it's about arriving at the right scores for each country given the profile of these macroeconomic variables. But surely there's a starting point. The starting point is, what is Moody's doing? What is Standard & Poor doing? So surely an entrepreneur or an institution in Africa should just try to copy initially, but hope that at the end of the day, they don't impose what we call the African premium, which is that then African countries tend to be poorly rated because they are all pooled onto the same risk pool. And then we end up paying more for our debt as we borrow globally. So technically, I don't see the difficulty with creating an African-based rating agency. Maybe I don't know enough about the problem, but from what I know, my background, it should not be difficult at all. Thank you.
Maybe I can add something on credit rating. See, it's like when even you go to the bank, they have to credit rate you. I was giving the example of my first credit card that I had in Vancouver. They refused to give me the credit. I was arguing that actually I don't have any debt, so I thought I was clean. But they said, because you have never taken any debt and paid back, we don't know how you to pay back. So that's why we are not giving you the credit card.
So you're high risk.
So I was high risk. So now you imagine now globally, initially we were having only 3 credit rating agencies: the Fitch Rating, the Standard & Poor, and also the Moody's. Okay, if you see all the IMF, the World Bank, the others who give you the loans, they're always on the ground. None is represented in your own country. They don't understand the dynamics. They don't understand the cultural issues. They don't understand what the governance issues and what countries are trying to address. So because of that, they come, they meet the Minister of Finance, they meet the central bank governor and other things, and then from there they read other things, and then they give you a rating. Now it becomes a problem. That means there is something else that is missing. And that's why China had to develop its own. That's why Japan had to develop its own. That's why the African Union Commission decided to have its own. The Africa Peer Review Mechanism is now developing it so that they can have their own. The reason is to be able to compare. Because as my brother here mentioned, there is no banks on the African continent, commercial or anything else, that is not regulated by the central bank. That means there is a regulator who is the watchdog that is looking at what they do. And if you are doing something silly, then they can shut you up. But then these rating agencies, they are not regulated. Whatever they do, it's okay. And nobody cares. And that's why we are seeing a risk that is there. Because they also need it to be regulated, but they are not regulated. And whatever the rating they give you is they are giving you the marks. You don't know whether you are supposed to get 80% or 50% or whatever it is, but whatever they give you, whether right or wrong, that's what is taken by the market. Because the market don't know your country. They depend on their rating. And that's why there's a big, big risk. And that's why there was a perception of risk. Because they say it's in Africa, it must be bad. But how do we change this? And that's why the credit rating he was talking about at least can help us to compare. And you should not have only these three. Why only these three? Why not all the others as well, plus our own, so that we can know that actually there is a comparison. But otherwise, you don't have any other alternative. Whatever they give you, whether they like you, and most importantly, especially when they are influenced by politics. And that becomes very serious. So I think maybe that gives you an idea, but don't want to.
I will add a comment not only on banks, but on export insurance. You cannot find export insurance to export in Africa, and you know all exports are covered by insurance. And this is something when we wanted to address our export strategy to Africa and Morocco, we found that few African companies are covered we can sell to in the continent. And that reduced the chance of anyone to secure its revenues by selling to another African company. And this is a product, we are happy to announce that here, that we will launch from Morocco for our exporter to guarantee some of their African exports so that we can cover the risk for them, and it could be an instrument that we could generalize after that with the Exim Bank, for example. Let's conclude.
Yep.
Thank you. I think we're done. Leave us. Thank you. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you very much.
Presence.
Thank you very much, Excellencies Mezur, Professor Nkube, and Mr. Gatete for your time and for educating all of us on some of the finer technical issues. Please note that we have more information and we'll be able to share information as needed, even on the credit rating agency. We're happy to share with you, and we'll also share the recording of this press conference with all of you. Group picture, they're asking for a group picture with the members of the media, so thank you very much. Please come to the front, come very quickly to the front, and we can do a group picture. Thank you very much. Please. Where's Danny? Oh, Danny is over there. A reminder that there's a cocktail, so please head over to the cocktail and wrap up this conference of ministers.